What is up, my friends? Greetings and happy Monday. I had to look over at my calendar. Wait, what day is today? Oh, it's Monday, I guess. All right. Well, happy Monday. What's up, Jimmy Poopins? Thank you as always for the friendly reminders to hydrate. I might need a few more of those over the course of tonight's stream. We are, of course, gathered here today to continue. There we go. Ba-boom. The man with a golden eye. The rogue agent. John GoldenEye. The latest installment of Games Bond, in which Bond himself has featured a grand total of about 5 seconds, which is kind of more than I expected, I suppose. It is a Bond adjacent game, an official license in which you do not play as Bond himself, but rather some loser who got a cybernetic eyeball implanted by Christopher Lee and is going to take revenge on Dr. No. The plot's pretty stupid and also strangely difficult to follow. I was going to continue that sentence with the word but that implies that the forthcoming second half of the sentence is in some ways contradictory, or at least in contrast to the first half of the sentence. And on second thought, I think a more appropriate word would be and. The game is also not very good. GoldenEye Rogue Agent is probably the Bond/Bond adjacent game that is most known for not being very good. That tends to translate to a little bit of hyperbole.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Speaking of hyperbole, unspeakable horrors await Goatee_ for yet another month, the 59th and counting. Thank you very much, Goatee, for your continued support. It means a lot to me. I appreciate it. The hyperbolic expression that we'll tend to take is people saying it's the worst Bond game, and I have it on good authority that it is nowhere near the worst, but it is not very good. And I think an argument could probably be made that it is the most mediocre Bond game. What is up, Gundam Jehudikai? This is like an EA version of that Yaiba game from Koei Tecmo. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I understand the comparison. Ninja Gaiden Z is a game that I think is a lot more frustrating, but also a game that had a lot more interesting things going for it than this ever did. I played that game a few years ago. It was one of the first games I wrote about on my website that I have not updated in fucking forever. I'd like to get back to that at some point, but I've got so many plates spinning, I haven't gotten around to it. But anyway, I wrote about it on the website, and it stands out in my memory more so than the game itself that I'd played it for a little bit, and then I wrote an article, not a review of the game, but just like, hey, I'm playing this, and here's my thoughts. And it was very, what's the word? Tentative. Like, I knew that I had only played it for a little bit, and I was looking forward to playing more. But my first impression was kind of like, man, people were very, very harsh on this game. But I don't know, it's like got some interesting things going on. It's not great, but it's like, you know, it's not that bad. And then I went back to it, and I played the rest of the game, and then I wrote a second article. I was like, nope, never mind. It is that bad. It's really bad. And I don't really remember any specifics. I just remember that I think partially the game just hadn't really exhibited all of its worst features and traits just yet. But also there could have been a degree of what do we call it? You could call it naivete, you could call it optimism, you could call it benefit of the doubt, but just sort of the game hadn't quite proven itself to be as bad as it would, you know, prove itself to be eventually. So I kind of assumed, not that it was good, but like I did not go into it assuming that it would be bad. You know, innocent until proven guilty. Alas, it really was not great. And who's to say that that won't happen with GoldenEye Rogue Agent? We've played about halfway through the game, according to the number of missions. I think we've completed 5 missions with 4 to go, but the first one was kind of like not really a full level. It was very short. And so far, there has been somewhat of a linear escalation and challenge. So it could start getting a lot more difficult and annoying and worse in other ways. But we've also had, I don't know, we've had a lot of gray hallways. But the last level or two at least had a few instances of, like, I don't want to call them memorable set pieces. I think that's giving them a little bit too much credit, but sections that were memorable in an extremely literal sense, as in, it is possible, it is conceivable that you will remember this part of the game. It is, like, possible to be remembered parts of the game. The other 85% of the game are not possible to remember, because they are just interchangeable, completely bland. Just like, this game goes to extreme lengths to make sure that every location, every scene, every encounter has as little distinguishable about it as possible. It is quite impressive in that regard. I would say that that's the most impressive aspect of this game. Obviously, not really something for the game to be proud of, but it is, I think, the defining feature, if we can call it that. So I reckon we might have more sections in the coming levels that might prove themselves more memorable, albeit not for necessarily good reasons. But in any case, we're gonna jump into this pretty soon. I don't have a ton of housekeeping update type stuff, but more importantly, I want to get to it because I want to get through this game. It's not that it's like so terrible that I need to get it out of my life. I mean, I think the quality of my life will improve once I don't have to worry about it. But it's more about making sure that we have this done and out of the way before the end/rest of this week. Because the one piece of information I feel obliged to repeat is that, of course, this coming weekend, we will be seeing the return, once again, first time in quite a while, of the Best of Nintendo marathon hosted by this here GoldenEye_ himself. For those of you who have not been around for any of the previous Nintendo marathons, it is a kind of community, what do we call it? Event. Focused on sort of showcasing the more obscure, if you want to use that word, the alternative sides of the kind of Twitch retro scene by focusing exclusively on non-Nintendo stuff. A lot of people involved in the event, including Gody and myself, have absolutely no bones to pick with Nintendo or old Nintendo games, but we are also proponents for variety and going a little bit off the beaten path and playing and watching and experiencing things that you may not have seen 100 million times before. So there's a bunch of streamers who over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, roughly, depending on time zone, will be playing and showcasing just a bunch of old games for a lot of different systems, including console and arcade games, computer games, browser games, pinball games, all kinds of stuff. And it's always a good time, and you're bound to discover new interesting people to follow on Twitch that you might not have known about beforehand. This will all be streamed on GoldenEye's channel, so you can go ahead and see if I can do this. Give him a follow if you somehow are not following GoldenEye already. You can find more info about the event on his page. You can also keep an eye on my Discord if you're there. I'll be announcing more about my time slots and the event and everything. But due to this happening this weekend, my regular Saturday stream will most likely not happen. Because the time during which I would be streaming, I will probably be busy watching. So even though I have a regular stream time slot on Wednesday, of course, I want to make sure that I have Rogue Agent done and dusted before the weekend. And if at all possible, I would like to try to finish the game tonight, so we know for a fact that we've got everything, like we don't have to worry about it. But perhaps more likely, we'll make another chunk of progress tonight, and maybe we'll finish it up on Wednesday. We'll see. But yeah, I'm super excited for Nintendo. I have a lot to actually prepare between now and then. So I'm eager to do that. And that's the other thing. Like, in the off chance that I'm falling behind a little bit on the preparation, I could end up in a scenario in which I will feel some kind of need to cancel or move around my Wednesday stream. And if it comes to that, I will be feeling a lot more relaxed if we're done with this game by the end of tonight. We'll see. We'll see if it's at all possible. But with that little preamble, why don't we hop on over to the Bond scene? Let's see here. We'll recap on what we're doing. Father Axe Keeper, what is up? Oh, dude, I'm so excited. The last time I saw you use that beer emote, I was like, oh man, I could go for some beer. And because if you're not familiar, buying liquor and alcohol in Sweden is a little bit complicated compared to most other countries. Due to laws and legislation, you can't sell, and by extension, you can't buy beer, you know, completely willy-nilly. But I ended up doing a little excursion because I had another thing. I needed to go into my office real quick for a thing today. Or I needed to do it at some point, so I figured I'd do it today. And I swung by the liquor store and stocked up on a variety of beers and ciders. And I will greatly anticipate being able to sit down and enjoy some. It's going to be sunny tomorrow, I think, so tomorrow might be... I mean, I've got a lot to do, but hopefully I should find a little time of window to go bring a cooler and a couple of beers and a lawn chair. And you know what? I was gonna say I'll go sit on a lawn somewhere here and do some light reading and enjoying a beer. But my balcony / patio area is actually finished now, as far as I can tell. So I can actually just sit out there too. So I might have to give my new patio its maiden voyage tomorrow, enjoying some delicious beverages. But that's neither here nor there. I'm gonna try not to get too distracted by the thought of that, and instead be miserable playing this piece of shit game. But hey, all worth it for the name of entertainment. Mudu-sama, Hoffman, greetings, folks. Nice to see you all here. That Bond always going rogue. I mean, it's pretty funny. I mentioned that last time too. There's like a hint thing in the manual or something that talked about basically the game's like, oh, you have to think like a villain, you know, you can't be wearing your kid gloves. That's no way to rise in the ranks of the underworld. And it's like, I mean, it's not like the gameplay of previous Bond first-person shooter games are like distinguished by the humanitarian play style of not doing anything malicious. So you pretty much go on a murder spree in all those games anyway. So not only is there no, like, that in itself, that instruction doesn't really sort of tell you that you should be doing things differently than you might, think to do just going in. But also, the game does not really offer any opportunities to be particularly evil or anything. I mean, you shoot guys, but then, like, that's it. There's no real degree of showing mercy or benevolence or, anything. There are no, like, optional gleeful torture mechanics or anything. I mean, you just shoot guys, and that's kind of it. I mean, if anything, this game sort of stands out, at least in contrast to most Bond games in recent memory, in that, like, the range of expression and the kinds of stuff you can do is very limited. The missions and levels are, like, basically linear hallways, if not literally, then figuratively, but mostly literally. You shoot guys, you collect armor, you pick up weapons, and you rinse and repeat. So, anyway. Discovered day drinking recently, and it's a blast. I mean, that's what summer's for. And the best part about summer is that daytime is like 3 a.m. to 1 a.m. basically. We don't quite get midnight sun this far south, but I was walking home at, I want to say, maybe midnight a couple of days ago. And it was, the sun wasn't up, but it wasn't dark. And that shit's, I mean, it's pretty great, and it also is what makes you capable of putting up with fucking winter. But anyway, I hope you all are enjoying your beverage of choice, whatever it may be. So what is this game all about? Why save the world when you can rule it? Rogue Agent transports you to the dark side of the Bond universe as an aspiring 00 agent dismissed from MI6 for reckless brutality. Which is not really shown, by the way. But I'll get back to that. Customize and upgrade your villain persona and wreak havoc as you make your unrelenting rise through the ranks. That's just made up. I mean, Christopher Lee will phone in a voice performance where he tells you about your latest new ability that you've unlocked once you complete a level or two. But that's not really upgrading, and you're certainly not customizing anything. Wreaking havoc is up for debate, I suppose. If there's any kind of rise through the ranks, then I haven't really noticed it. You'll cross paths with such legendary allies and enemies such as Oddjob, Scaramanga, Xenia Onatop, and Pussy Galore on worldwide missions of vengeance and demolition. And when they say such as, they mean those characters. Goldfinger is like your mission giver, and Dr. No is like the main villain. Scaramanga is your Q. Oddjob shows up in 2 cutscenes. Pussy Galore is like your driver. Onatop was mentioned, and I think we saw her for 2 seconds, but we didn't fight her. She just left. So I'm not sure if her boss fight is coming up, if she's going to be like the one character we actually interact with and fight, or if she has already left the game. Who knows? So the backstory is delivered in a very confusing way. The storytelling chops of this game in general are quite weak, but basically the game starts with a flashback to you being an MI6 agent. You're on a mission with Bond to basically do the climax of Goldfinger. You're on a helicopter with some kind of assault team to go to Fort Knox to stop Goldfinger's, assault. and your helicopter crashes. You make it out. Bond is like perilously hanging from something, and then he falls down and dies. And then you complete the mission. I forget how it ends exactly, but you kind of go through it. And then in a shocking reveal, it turns out that it was just a VR simulation practice mission. And shockingly, Judi Dench is there for about 2 seconds. I can't believe they spent the money and effort on her likeness and voice. But she's there, and she's like, well, Bond died, and it's your fault. You're fired. And it's very much not clear why we are taking the blame for Bond dying in the VR sim. But it is determined that we're just too cruel and evil to have any place at MI6. Because apparently, as is revealed at some point, again, the timeline and how it's all presented is really confusing, but I think it's like Goldfinger who briefs us on our own backstory. But at some point in the past, prior to this flashback, when we were an actual MI6 agent, we were on a mission to, I don't know, fight Dr. No, and then Dr. No blocked our eyeball out, and that somehow made us really evil and violent. And that's why when we did the virtual mission, we're so evil and violent that we have to be fired from MI6, even though there's no obvious, you know, it's a very strong case of tell, don't show. Because as far as the events that happen on screen are concerned, like, the narrative doesn't quite seem to match. But in any case, after we're fired, we see in a cutscene our dude picking up a little scrap of paper from his pocket where it says, the offer's still on the table or something like that, signed Goldfinger. And he's like, well, I guess I'm becoming a villain now. So Goldfinger was apparently trying to poach this guy while he was still at MI6, before he was fired. I guess his reputation must have preceded him as an evil, violent guy. And then once he was fired from MI6, he just, I don't know, I'll just walk over to Goldfinger Incorporated and just ask for a job. And as it turns out, at some point around there, the global evil criminal organization, which is never named, but does use the logo of Spectre. This organization seemingly consists of Goldfinger, Oddjob, Scaramanga, and Dr. No. Dr. No has apparently committed some kind of mutiny and made plans to / have already, it's not entirely clear, steal the what was it called, the Omen, I think. It's some kind of vaporizing microwave super weapon. So now Goldfinger wants revenge on Dr. No, and because our guy apparently also has a personal vendetta against Dr. No, it's a match made in heaven. And Scaramanga gives us our contrivedly titular GoldenEye, which is a cybernetic eyeball which lets us equip a shield and see through walls, so we can go kill Dr. No, I guess. The plot's pretty stupid, as it turns out, but that's the brief version. I think I have probably I probably dedicated too much time and effort to this dumbass plot anyway. Give me a second here and I'll get the game up and running. let's see if this now will work. Capture. There we go. But yeah, so our character is occasionally shown on screen in cutscenes, but we don't really ever see his face. Bond was featured in the kind of opening of that tutorial mission and has not been seen since. But obviously they wouldn't, like I said, I was surprised they got Judi Dench. They would not get Pierce Brosnan for a 2-second appearance, so it's like a vaguely Brosnan-esque Bond. And then they have like the likenesses for all the villains. Christopher Lee does provide voiceover. Quite dispassionately. Unsurprisingly, I don't think it's well, actually I know it's not what was his name? Gert Fröbe, who played Goldfinger. He doesn't provide the voice of Goldfinger because he didn't even provide the voice for Goldfinger in the film. He was dubbed. But it's a good sound-alike, I think. He sounds like Goldfinger. But I don't think, like, actually, I'm not sure if the box makes any mention of it. But they don't really make a big deal about any of the actors or anything. And of course, like, half of the roster of known characters are from films in the early to mid 60s. So if those people were around, they would probably not be yeah, if they were around, if they were healthy, if they were available, they probably wouldn't even sound like the characters. So I mean, Oddjob, he's mute, right? He doesn't even speak, so no worries there. Anyway, it's very funny and weird. Like, you have this anachronistic vibe of the game having not only being set in like the modern day. As you can see, it's got a very kind of futuristic, cybery aesthetic all around. But every single character, like, I guess Anna Top is from GoldenEye. So she was in a like 8-year-old movie or whatever, 9-year-old movie when this game came out. And I guess they wanted some kind of strenuous connection to GoldenEye. But every other character, and there's not that many of them, are from like 60s and 70s movies. So you could imagine that some aspect of this could make sense if it was set, even if it wasn't set in a super specific point in time. You know, it could have this kind of throwback vibe. But when you have this, like, very futuristic, techy, sort of sci-fi, cyberpunk, whatever thing they're going for, and all these, like, throwback villains, it's already kind of weird. Pussy Galore showing up in this, like, latex cat suit or something. It's a little strange. But if they're going for this, like, you know, greatest hits, just cherry-picking memorable characters or distinctive characters or whatever they're going with, like, sure, Oddjob and Jaws are sort of iconic villains, and they show up in quite a few games. And if you're gonna pick like 1 or 2 characters like that, like, yeah, okay, those guys make sense as like very iconic characters who would make for obviously, you know, good video game bosses. But in this case, it feels like the idea is to sort of have this larger conglomerate of villains, or even just in general. Like, all right, so Bond is not really in this game. You don't play as him, at least. So what's up with, like, trying to bring legitimacy by having characters, but then only having like 3 or 4. Feels like they could have brought in. Well, I mean, if they were to bring in a bunch more characters, they would have to think of something to do with them, and they seem to struggle with that just with this tiny little roster anyway. So maybe it's for the better. I don't know, but it's goofy. I didn't delete my profile or anything, I hope. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Oddjob or Jaws or whatever showing up all over the place is fine. It's unsurprising. It just seems like if this is what they're going for here, they could have made a slightly larger effort to include a few more characters. And like, even if they're just sort of cameoing or I don't know, like the whole idea of it's like, oh, you're brought into this inner sanctum of this mega crime organization where all the big names of worldwide bond crime are connected. And there's nothing shown or even implied that would indicate that this organization has more than 4 members. Or like 2. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's Goldfinger. It's Oddjob, who I guess is Goldfinger's, like, top agent. It's Scaramanga, who's just, like, equipping people with cybernetic eyeballs. And it's us. Like, that appears to be the extent of this organization. Well, I guess Onatop was also, like, a traitor. So I guess they had 5 members, 2 of whom were traitors. I mean, they're villains, so I guess it's to be expected, but still. And like I said, you know, going for the campy sort of fun angle too, that's not the vibe the game has at all. So it's not even like a good match. Everything about it just seems mismatched and odd. But I digress. I just want to make sure that we don't have to enable... Yeah, subtitles on. Okay. Had some trouble actually saving the options last time. So Fort Knox is the VR training sim intro mission. Then, as we're hired by Goldfinger, his HQ is attacked by Dr. No's army, I guess. Then we're going to Hong Kong to assassinate Dr. No, but it turns out that the assassin guy who was going to give us the sniper rifle to shoot Dr. No was also, I guess... I'm not sure, I don't recall if he was specifically a member of the organization who was a turncoat, or he was just an unreliable third party, but... It screwed us over, and then we had some kind of what you could possibly call a boss fight against a helicopter, or, well, not really a helicopter, more like a gunship, hovercraft, drone kind of a thing. Although it was pretty confusing, because we had to, like, clear the skies for Pussy Galore to land our helicopter so we could leave. And then, as has happened, and probably will happen multiple times still, we're fighting... being slightly confused about what's going on when all of a sudden a cutscene triggers and it's like, well, okay, I guess I did what I was supposed to do. Then we went to the casino where we saw Onatop for 2 seconds at the very beginning of the stage. She like flipped the table and ran out the room, and then we had to chase her and we never saw her again. But we eventually made it through the underground service tunnels. Because I guess it would be too exciting if we had a location that looked like something, so we had to get into the gray hallways. Or we eventually found our way to this little vault where I guess the Omen device was being stored. And I guess we prevented Dr. No from stealing it? I'm not sure. Every level is about Dr. No stealing the Omen device, it feels like, in one way or the other. And now we're going to the Hoover Dam, which we saw the first 2 seconds of the level, and you start immediately adjacent to a giant sewer tunnel opening. So this is in fact, so we had like the gray facility level, the beige facility level, which had a few caves in it, the gray concrete construction site level with a few neon signs, the casino level, which actually looked like a casino until we went to the gray concrete service tunnels, and this is the other gray facility level, also featuring sewer tunnels. Let's resume our timer and get going. We should get the mission briefing, I suppose.
Give Dr. No props for originality. The Midas assault was staged from Hoover Dam. He's got a seismic bomb in there. The US security forces don't dare approach for fear he'll blow the whole thing.
Dr. No's attack is not over, GoldenEye. You and Oddjob must infiltrate the dam and locate the seismic bomb. Detonate it, and No's army will be swept to oblivion.
Oh yeah, so the game has like 3 enemy types. There's normal guy, armored guy, and flying drone. And I guess maybe this level will introduce tanks. We'll find out. I can hate that full screen flash when you swap GoldenEye mechanic or feature. So this shotgun's probably a bit shit, but stick with it for a moment. Alright, that was a headshot apparently. Surprisingly effective. But I might as well keep it because the standard pistol is definitely not very good. I don't know how I killed the first guy because it seems to not work very well. Could have done this. Tried to headshot him, did not destroy all of his armor. That didn't go very well. Because that's another thing, like, oh yeah, there's no... Oh wait, there's armor there. Can I... Oh my god. Can't get to it. I missed the armor. Okay. Enemies drop armor depending on how effectively you kill them. Basically, if you headshot them, the way the manual explains it, it basically says the more shots you take to kill someone, the less armor they will drop. Health is recoverable automatically, but armor is not. So if you're out of armor, you're in a pretty bad spot. Up, Schubert. Only thing I remember about this game is how long this stage was. Well, that's encouraging. All of the stages, in fact, have been really long, and that's not great because they're like 3 stages in one. Which gets kind of annoying. What's up, McCall 45? Guessing the GoldenEye name is being used here just because of the N64 game success. That is a very fair and reasonable assessment. The justification is that we have a cybernetic eyeball, which is called... I don't know if it's even called the GoldenEye. They just call it that. Okay. Sniper rifle. And it's like very brazen, and everyone hated it. And as I said before, like, whether the game is terrible or not, having that be a thing is like a great way to instantly make people not want to like your game. Oh, that was not very good. Alright, I'm losing all my armor. Well, I've already lost all my armor, in fact. And I'm all out of ammo. Well, that was a waste. The game has absolutely nothing to do with the film or video game GoldenEye. In many ways, it feels like it barely has anything to do with Bond either. Like in general. Guess I should have brought the sniper rifle down here and sniped across the room. This game has impressively, if annoyingly, fairly like large open spaces. But it makes a lot of the gunfights pretty tedious and a little bit difficult. Enemies die in really weird ways. Or they stumble around. I'm like almost out of ammo. Wait, how do I reload? Why? Imagine getting this game as a kid after loving GoldenEye and then you don't even play as Bond. I mean, frankly, I think that's like the least of this game's problem. Alright, I do actually have a sizable chunk of armor there. You move super fucking slowly when crouching. What the? There we go. Accidentally dropped the weapon instead of... Alright, this guy had a name. That means he's like a mid-boss guy. But, okay. That didn't mean much. Locate freight elevator. Oh yeah, this gun is not bad, but it's got the shittiest sound. The sound design, I think, is otherwise one of the more positive aspects of this game. A lot of the guns actually sound really satisfying. And the music, not very Bond-like, but at least it's got some decent energy to it. But yeah, as I said before, the most remarkable aspect of this game is how shockingly generic and bland anything is. Was it just a reskinned game with the license? Not to my knowledge, but I don't know much about the developers of this game. Okay. I have auto aim turned off for the record, but that seemed to be some magnetic snapping going on there. There's like the only thing you could reasonably find scouring the level, by the way, is armor. So there's no real reason to like explore. The developers of this game, as far as I'm aware, did not develop any other Bond games. So they didn't really like come up in the list or anything. But I don't really know about their body of work outside of that, so I don't know if they have a track record of similar games. Oh yeah, so you see the little arrow by the reticle that tells you where to go, and that's a godsend because good luck trying to navigate these identical looking gray hallways. Like, I mean, this is not the worst level for that, but in general, there aren't really a lot of landmarks. All right, we got some laser beams to deal with. That's fine. Just adds a little spice and excitement. Just, oh, to open this. This was developed by Medal of Honor guys. That's interesting. I haven't really played those games. I know the first game was like kind of a big deal. And well, actually, wasn't the first Medal of Honor basically made by the Call of Duty? Like, wasn't it? Actually, Ahoy posted a video recently on YouTube about Call of Duty, and if I recall correctly, basically the developers of the first Medal of Honor were not called back to return for the sequel, so they made they formed a new company and made Call of Duty instead. But there were other Medal of Honor games, so presumably, because this was made by EA Los Angeles, so maybe those were the Medal of Honor guys. But anyway, I think even beyond the first Medal of Honor, like that series was pretty well regarded. And I just remember playing the first Medal of Honor just by chance in like some video game shop, and I remember thinking it felt like a Wolfenstein 3D kind of thing with very like square hallways. And I was like a PC FPS player at the time, so I was generally often very unimpressed with console FPS games. I mean, that's part of why I didn't care for GoldenEye either. I was playing Quake at the time, so GoldenEye didn't like excite me. But I would be curious to revisit some of those games today, like if only by having more context for what was kind of out before and after and how they compare to other things. I'm sure many of them have interesting qualities. Like Doom on the PS1, I think is super cool. I mean, I probably would have appreciated it if I played it when it was new, but if I had played it in like 97, I would have thought it was terrible. But playing it now, I can really appreciate what is cool about it. And maybe that would be the similar case with some of the Medal of Honor games. I'm not sure. Either way, I'm surprised that the developer of this game has any kind of FPS, let alone console FPS experience, because it feels terrible. To answer your question, Road Crew, it's the controls are strange. Like the way the analog stick inputs sort of work, like it just doesn't feel good. There's like awkward acceleration and sensitivity to it that makes it like very hard to do kind of fine adjustments to your aiming. So for a game that's this late, you don't expect those kinds of things to be an issue. You tend to sort of take it for granted, and then you play and you go like, oh, this is kind of weird. But mostly the levels are just like shockingly boring. And having them be kind of long and repetitive doesn't really help. Bit of a cash grab that they didn't put much effort into. I mean, I can only speculate. I don't really know anything about the development or anything. But it certainly stands out because the other EA Bond games have generally been quite good. They've been a little uneven, but even though they've been made by a bunch of different developers, like Tomorrow Never Dies, you know, an argument could be made that that's not a great game, but I enjoyed it. I mean, it's not like nothing like this. Oh yeah, this anyway. The gun animations, the gun models, like all that stuff is generally pretty good. But like, what the fuck is this? Like, literally standing point blank, just firing into someone's face like 6 times, and they don't react. Like, that just does not feel good. There's a ladder here. Nope, that's the wrong button. Something. I guess technically there could be grenades. Maybe I'm going this way. I mean, we'll follow the arrow. Like the lighting and stuff like that. Like the graphics, I think, are technically like pretty impressive in many ways. Like, if they had locations that had an interesting look or design to them, this game could actually look really nice. Like, the casino stuff was actually kind of cool. That's a big chunk of my armor. But they go out of their way to only have these boring-ass locations. Is there anything here? Nope. A lot of the time when there's a gunship, they drop you like rocket launchers and stuff, but that laser blast was a poison dart, by the way. Not super obvious, but but yeah, like the guns don't feel great, but that's a lot to do with the aiming and the fact that like health levels are weird. Otherwise, the way they look, the way they sound, the way they're animated, the whole like sort of dual wielding thing, I don't like doesn't amount to an awful lot, but there are parts there that are genuinely not bad. But it's kind of like in service of what? Dude, there's like 3 of them now. Get to the roadway. Like trying to quickly and accurately throw your aim around like that is so difficult. Okay, we clear the first section. So the one thing that I remembered, I got this game a couple of years ago, and I did a stream and I was just like, oh, I bought some games, let's try them out. I played like a level and a half or so of this game. And what I remember from that experience, aside from its shocking levels of general blandness, was that there was a, like, I died and had to replay what felt like a really long section. Like, it felt like a very punishing sort of checkpoint. So that was my impression going into this game, that, like, it had very harsh checkpointing. But that hasn't actually been my experience at all playing it now. Oh, I got poisoned. Oh, all right. I died. Okay. The death animation is extremely clunky. So I equipped my armor and I still died in like 2 seconds. I got someone with the grenade. Because you see the little icons on the top right are like rogue bonus, I think they call it. Let me make sure to actually equip the armor now. Reloads are really slow. The liability. Okay, that went a lot better. Oh yeah, whenever you get like mission objectives or people talking at you, it's usually while there's a gunfight happening. So it's very difficult to pay attention. But yeah, that was like a hologram of Xenia on the top. Did anyone note, like, did anyone hear what she said? Because I didn't. Are these grenades? No, they're wheels. I never notice when I pick up grenades, because they are limited. It's just, there's no feedback on when you collect them. I just notice sometimes that I've run out. You can only use grenades if you're using a single-handed weapon. So, right now, I don't have access to them, which also means that I can't see how many I have. But, like, if I pick up this pistol, I have 5 grenades, which I think is max. And you can dual-wield one-handed weapons, which is, like, a neat, fun mechanic. And it does help sometimes, because it'll allow you to shoot one gun while you're reloading the other. I don't know what the mechanics of that are. Seems like it would be quite difficult to reload a gun one-handed, even without firing another gun with your other hand. But hey, I guess Goldfinger hired this guy for a reason. However, losing access to your grenades is actually can be quite detrimental. The grenades are really good, but if you have like lots of dudes at long ranges, like the caveat to that is like you need an actual decent weapon in your gun hand, because if you have the default pistol, like you're gonna struggle. And most enemies here seem to use the shotgun, which is not a weapon I'm very fond of, so I prefer to stick with this gun for now. But yeah, there's always like a singular linear path. There's not really any... Like, the one thing I can say that I was a little bit surprised by is the amount of verticality. Oh, there's the tank enemy. Let's see. There's relatively... Ooh, zip line. Okay, I guess we're going down. So is this room different from the one we were in? You guys tell me. I was expecting the level layouts to be a lot more flat. Like, are they made more fun by the verticality? I don't know that I would say that, but I suppose they could be a lot more boring. I mean, that sounds like a challenge, but, you know. Does this tank could it shoot at him? I don't know. There are occasional exploding barrels and whatnot, but the environments aren't particularly dynamic or interactive in any interesting ways either. Like, that's the thing. Not only does it feel like it's maybe failing to capitalize or doing like neat fun stuff you might want to as a Bond game, but it also just generally feels like kind of the quintessential highly generic Xbox first-person shooter, irrespective of that association. Oh yeah, okay, that's the tank that was firing at us. Yeah, the soundtrack is, like, I can see the connection to, like, GoldenEye, the film, but also the game, you know, had a very modern sort of electronic soundtrack. And I can sort of trace this game's sound from there, but it isn't that. It's just like, okay, yeah, it's you know, I can see how you could start from the GoldenEye score and end up here. But it stands in stark contrast to like the Nightfire music especially, but... Oh, okay. Oh, that was half our armor. A lot of dudes are dropping armor here. That guy didn't die. I got poisoned. Use my shields. Okay, we got it. Can I? Oh my god, picking up guns is really awkward. I cannot believe I lived through that. Guess that's a little monster closet. I mean, to be clear, I don't think the music's amazing or anything, but at least it adds a little bit of energy to the proceedings. What's up, Mike? Yeah, I saw you were on a trip. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Hope you're not having such a bad time that you feel like you had to tune into my stream to entertain yourself, but I appreciate it regardless. 2 a.m. I see. Big chillin'. That's pretty good. certainly wouldn't be above big chilling with some Twitch streams at 2 a.m. That's how okay. I have 2 shots left, but I guess we weren't out of dudes. Should I be advancing? I don't know. Grab a strong zero and enjoy some GoldenEye. Yeah. Yeah, sounds pretty good. We don't get strong zero here, but I have some delicious ciders waiting for me in the fridge.
Security alert! Unknown number of hostiles have reached the upper overflow chamber. All available fire teams.
Oh, I got someone. Alright, let's grab this. Yeah, so the guys with names are like elites or enforcers or something. I forget what the manual called them. Sometimes they have heavier weaponry. But I guess they have some kind of biomagnetic armor or something, because there's like weird graphical effects when you shoot at them. But every enemy is tanky, so it doesn't really like feel that different from shooting any other guy. Play the Outfoxies. That game is very cool. It's completely out of control in every sense of the word. I haven't played it a ton, but when I did play it, I remember feeling it very... I remember it feeling very unwieldy. But it's definitely a cool game. It's like... I mean, I first played it on emulator... I don't know when it would have been. Early 2000s, maybe? It was definitely not properly... like fully properly emulated. I'm pretty sure it had no sound, probably a lot of visual glitches, but just like the amount of shit going on at all times, and like the all the zooming and scaling and rotation and stuff, there's just like explosions and shit. Like, it's very, very cool. Like all the super elaborate pixel art and everything. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like this. Like, oh, I guess the hallway turns left here. You have these little mission objectives, but it's like walk to the next thing. Very occasionally you get an objective, which is like shoot a thing. Otherwise it's just like walk to this progression trigger. Like, these guys are up on a little lift right next to an explosive barrel. And wise. Oh, I got to play the Cobra game. That's awesome. Yeah, I played that in Paris last year. That was a very privileged moment to get to experience that game. That game is insane. Speaking of, it's like an hour plus long, and you have to like finish it multiple times to gain access to the final level. Yeah, I played it on free play, so on my YouTube channel I have a video. Goaty kindly provided me with a little mounted tripod, so I just set up my phone to film while I was playing, and I filmed like my whole playthrough. So the way it works is, it's a two-player game like Time Crisis. So player 1 is Cobra and player 2 is Lady. But the cabinet I was playing on was just a single-player cabinet, so you can just choose which character you use. But it's just like Time Crisis, or the Time Crisis sequels, I guess. Where player 1 and player 2 have like specific routes through the levels, so you see the other character on your screen. And sometimes you are sort of fighting enemies and bosses from different angles and stuff. And the game uses, which I would assume that you get that in some of the later Time Crisis games too. I don't know, I only really played the first 2. But you get like, you can use an IC card to like save progress, because after every level you get to upgrade. So you can like upgrade your Psycho Gun to be able to lock on to more enemies and have more damage and faster charge or something like that. But basically you get to save your progress. And the game has, I think, 4 levels. And once you've beaten all 4 levels with Cobra and with Lady, then you unlock access to the 5th level. And of course, because I just did the single playthrough, I didn't get to do that. Someone is shooting at me from this direction. Down here somewhere? Is there up? Whatever. But yeah, just those like 4 levels was somewhere between like an hour and an hour and a half, I think. But it's a super duper cool game. Like it's Time Crisis, but it's Cobra. Like the visuals are awesome. It actually uses in some sections like really cool. It has like FMV backgrounds for some parts. So they got this like pre-rendered CG with real-time 3D graphics for all the enemies and stuff. And actually the bosses are probably the coolest part. I think every level has like 2 boss fights. There's like 1 mid-boss and 1 boss at the end. And the boss fights are sick as hell. Did we play any cool 2-player games? I mean, we went to this arcade for like 2 hours or something, and I spent like most of that playing Cobra. But we played a few credits of Ghost Squad. The cabinet was pretty rough. It wasn't in great condition, so it was kind of not as great as it could have been, but you could tell that it's a cool game. I would like to play that game more. But yeah, for me, just getting to play Cobra was like the important thing. There were a few other games I would have liked to have played, but we had limited time. Played like a credit of F-Zero AX and Afterburner Climax. But it was a sweet place. Like, if you're in Paris, I'd highly recommend visiting. I don't remember the name of it, but I'm sure you can figure it out if you're ever there. But yeah, Cobra the Arcade, definitely a big recommend. Ideally, you can play on free play, so you can like see the whole thing. But even like the first level, you know, it's a cool game. Oh, that looked like something that would explode. Got that guy at least. It's a good thing there's no like... Whoa. Alright, the gun went flying. There's no like camera sway when you're aiming, thank God. But it's still a little awkward to try to hit anything at range. I mean, it's pretty awkward to try to hit anything up close as well, so... You know what? Let's go with the pistol. Sure could use some armor. Well, thank you. Press A to use ladder, just makes me chuckle every time as well. Oh. Well, so much for that armor. Rocket launcher. So the rocket launcher could be super useful, but if it's not, then I'll drop it for a not very good handgun. That might be a scene transition. Fuck it, let's grab it. Yeah. So when I first played it, I assumed that these load screens were the only checkpoints, which made me a little nervous because sometimes they're pretty spread out. But the game does have more, like there are more cutscenes, or cutscenes, more checkpoints. Got a grenade? Oh, no. Right? Like a turret there? Okay. Well, that's my health bar. Looks like a rocket launcher. I'm being shot from behind, I guess. Or maybe it's just something exploding behind me. The rectangle's still red. I chose to interpret that as it's still being a threat, but that was probably not the case. Fire looking like a armored vest. Oh, there's another tank back there. I see. There's more of them. I guess we saw this in the intro. Well, as long as we're being served additional rockets, we might be okay. Yeah, I see the rocket launcher. Yeah, there's like a bunch of them. Meant to shoot at the ground. Oh boy. Oh, let's toss a grenade. Doing okay. Oh, let's actually reload. Yeah, this is a section that actually isn't like super exciting or unique or anything, but got something going on. Alright, I need to use my shields. I have my standard gun, by the way, I just realized. Oh! Nice, got some headshots, got some armor. I see that guy. I think I got him. Oh, that's it, okay. I was looking at the tank, I was just looking at the armor. Just save up shields. Just gonna recharge my eyeball by not moving. I mean, I guess it can move, it just recharges automatically, but... Oh, that was a... Fuck. Well, I could use the grenades at least. I thought that was a rocket launcher. Oh my god, the reload. Whoa. Sometimes you just like, your camera just gets bumped in a weird way. God, it's like the standard pistol is so unbelievably shit. Like the rate of fire is unsatisfyingly slow. Enemies take way too many hits. Alright. I guess I'll grab a rocket launcher. Looks like we're at the end of the... Well, there are tanks there. No more armor around, I assume. Man, I'm really thirsty. Making good progress, though. Took that one death, but we were right at the checkpoint when it happened, so... And even this, like... outdoorsy area... Oh, that didn't kill him. Oh. I dead. I dead. Okay, so let's see where we restart here. So apparently those walls were like... Fuck. I have to redo this whole thing. Okay. But that's kind of an unusually strict checkpoint. They're usually a little more generous, but this section didn't seem to be that bad, so... Honestly, the dudes are like... Wait, what the fuck? How's that not exploded yet? Okay. The dudes tend to be more of a concern than the tanks. Because you can more easily just deal with the... What the fuck? I thought I had destroyed it like 3 times. Like, you want to make sure to conserve your rockets for the tanks. Like, basically, the guns you can use to fight the humans and tanks are sort of mutually exclusive. Okay, I'm starting to think the tanks don't take damage until they're in position. It's really stupid, but seems like it might be the case. Can I? Oh, there we go. Hell, there's a lot of dudes. Can I pick it up, please? Pretty tense. Alright, hit the guy in the face instead there. Quite intended, but... If I can kill at least one dude. Nope, I guess I cannot. Kinda wish there was sprinting. I feel pretty vulnerable whenever we have to move out of cover. Oh my god, my health. Getting killed over here. Oh. Okay. Health to recharge a little bit at least. Okay. Guess I got both of them. There's a Desert Eagle here. Well, there's a rocket launcher. Grab that. One drop armor. Did blow up the tank? Looks like it. Okay. One armor up there. I guess whenever I need, like, if there's gonna be something I need to use the rocket launcher to fight, there's gonna be another rocket launcher. In fact, I can see one here. So just this little, yeah, little trip up through to these tanks, where I'm more likely to suddenly encounter dudes than vehicles. I should keep the weapon that's better for them. That's probably the play. It's like these little walks are the most perilous. Just feels so awkward. Okay, I guess he didn't drop any armor. I thought I shot him in the head, but I guess that's maybe not how that works exactly. So there's going to be dudes spawning from that little booth, and I shot a rocket at it last time, but I hit sort of the outside wall. I would have expected splash damage to kill him. If I hit the rocket inside the doorway, I reckon I can kill those guys. That might be a slight gamble. More rockets there. Alright. Dude. Is that guy just invincible? He must be. What the actual fuck? Okay. That did not be moving so much. Okay. Whew. Whoa. Alright, better watch out for those rotors. Alright, that was pretty good. What the fuck do I deal with these guys? Are they gonna keep being invincible? I'll let my shields recharge and hope that there won't be any more choppers. I should do this so they can't shoot through the doorway. Okay, all right. I already shot them like with 3 rockets, but oh well. I tried to pick up the gun, but I activated the ladder. I guess I wouldn't really have gained anything anyway. All right, there's got to be a checkpoint here pretty soon. Reload. No. Yeah, basically just like activating shield with every encounter, letting it recharge in between dudes. Armor is incredibly precious. Oh shit, I'm just like, I see. I'm climbing up on the other side of that barricade. And there's quite clearly more shooting going on up here. Oh boy. I'm stuck! Trying to pick it up. There we go. Okay. Fucking hell. Still, there might be a checkpoint in that indoor section. I hope, anyway. Oh, fuck. I thought that was it. Alright, the section was like kind of cool, and then it went on for way too long. Okay. Where the fuck? I need a rocket launcher. How the hell am I supposed to do this otherwise? Oh, there we go. One spawn. How convenient. No. That was just flash damage. I'm like leaning in my seat. It's so immersive. The grenades too. Sniper rifle. Oh, I need it for those guys, basically. Of course. Want to grab the armor? How is it one bullet in the... Getting the buttons mixed up constantly. Oh, of course. Stuck. Oh boy, this is probably not worth it, but oh well. Didn't realize I would be quite that vulnerable. Alright, I'm actually not doing poorly on shields. Reload. Yeah, I'm not doing poorly on armor is what I meant to say. Alright, gotta find a sniper rifle to deal with that guy. Thought there would be a respawning one here, but... More armor, though. Okay, I'm not sure what that was. Like an explosion on the left. Surely I didn't kill that guy. Alright.
My engineers say the seismic bomb will be deep within the dam. You must get back inside and search the tunnels.
Of course. We've been out of tunnels for a couple of minutes, so time for more tunnels. That guy had a rocket launcher. I guess I will want. Can't go inside here. Of course not. That'd be too easy. Ow. Grenades. I'm out of grenades, I see. Okay, okay. I think we're okay. Again, every time I see the little red hand icon, which means I cannot use my left hand, I have a two-handed weapon. I always, when I just see it in the corner of my eye, I feel like it means I have no armor, but it does not mean I have no armor. That is a tank, I just noticed. The rocket launcher respawn? Well, a rocket launcher is over here at least. I think I got it. It's hard to say. Is the top of the screen cut off? No, the crosshair is not in the center of the screen. I think that one's still active. Yep, it's shooting at me, so... Something exploded behind me, but I think I got it. Armor there, at least. 8 games that do that. Honestly, it hasn't... I have not noticed it whatsoever. Which isn't to say that your experience is invalid, but it didn't occur to me. But I probably have a lot of more pressing issues to contend with trying to actually play the game.
Security alert. Odd job spotted in the west spillway. All B team units
I mean, someone's shooting at me, but my last grenade, that's not good. Fuck, I need better guns. Oh, I got a headshot somehow. Or rather, the headshot somehow killed the guy in one hit, just not to be taken for granted. He didn't have armor. This is real bad. I'm not likely to make it out of this alive. I need to retreat. Gotta be something. Like the poison gun is not gonna help me much, but okay. Better. Okay, I got a hit there. Oh. Not easy to see if they actually died. Alright, okay. We salvaged that. Let's just hope there's going to be some armor drops. Like, what's going on here? Like, what? Grenades. Yeah, I guess, like, for me, I wouldn't have thought too much about the guns shooting towards the center of the screen specifically being an important thing, but pretty subjective, I suppose. Feels like they designed this for 16:9. Out of curiosity, what makes you say that? I'm not agreeing or disagreeing, but I'm curious why you say that. Like, in terms of field of view and all that kind of stuff, I feel like that's, regardless of screen aspect ratio, that's often like a little bit weird in console first-person games. Well, the HUD also, I'm playing the PAL version, so I think we're playing with, like, kind of extended vertical resolution. And I think the game's optimized for it because the aspect ratio doesn't look wrong. But it might be, the screen might be a little taller than it would be in NTSC. I mean, PS2 and Xbox both, like, you can play in 16:9. Like, you can output widescreen modes. But it's very rare for games to, like, it's, I would say, rare for games to have a 16:9 mode. At least on PS2. On Xbox, I'm a little less sure because it is a system level option. I don't think games generally let you change that in game, but you can change it in the system menu. Whereas I've played some PS2 games that have an option for it. But generally, games that support 16:9, whether it's through an in-game option or system level type stuff, I don't know if there are any games that actually scale 2D elements properly. So for me, that's usually pretty distracting. Obviously, in this instance, the way I'm playing with my capture setup and everything, like 4x3 is not an issue. And even if I was playing, even if I had a 16:9 CRT, having the UI be stretched would probably bother me more than having, you know, the screen pillar boxed. It depends on the game, but a lot of the time, like, if you have UIs that have circles on it, just having them stretched is an immediate eyesore. The only thing is, you would, hypothetically, you could get higher resolution, well, not high resolution, but like, depending on the screen, like, if it's using every pixel to fill the 16:9 area, I mean, the best example would be something like Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube does not actually support proper widescreen mode, and I don't know if the GameCube has widescreen support, but RE4 is letterboxed. It is like the full screen resolution. I mean, I'm sure they don't render every pixel in terms of like the processing power, but in terms of the visual output, it is outputting a 480 resolution signal that has the black bars on it. But on the PS2 version, you can play in actual 16:9 mode, which would, to my knowledge, presumably use the full screen resolution to render like the actual screen area. It's possible that that game has a lower internal rendering resolution for performance reasons, but you can output a proper sort of 16:9 signal. And of course, because that game was always designed exclusively for 16:9, all of the UI will look correct. So that would be a situation where it's like purely beneficial to use the widescreen mode. But it has to be one of the only examples. Oh yeah, I mean, pillar boxing being preferable to having the 4:3 image stretched to 16:9, that's not even an argument. It's like, do you want the visuals to look wrong or not? Like, that's extremely simple. But if you're playing a PS2 or Xbox game in 16:9 mode, it's not being the 3D rendering is not stretched. Like, if it was, then it would be totally pointless. It wouldn't do anything. But the 2D elements generally are not. But strictly speaking, it would depend on the game, I suppose, on like how it was set up. But the games would not generally have separate assets made specifically for it. I could conceive of games working around it by having UI assets sort of just placed differently. But if you take like a fighting game or something, like the Mortal Kombat games have widescreen modes. Like you have the full life bars and everything, so they're just like stretched. And I think that's usually the case. At least I don't think I've seen any games on PS2 or Xbox where the UI is like scaled correctly. But I haven't tried, like I haven't bothered with widescreen modes in very many games. So it's possible that some games do it in a way that looks nicer. So I think if it's only the UI and 2D elements, like there's at least an argument to be had whether it's worth it for the widescreen mode. But I don't think, like, because pillar boxing, just like letterboxing, does not bother me at all. Even if the stretched 2D elements are only slightly detrimental, because I don't consider pillar boxing detrimental in the first place, then like I would probably prefer to play in 4:3. And yeah, of course, like compared to playing it on a CRT back then, you're getting more screen real estate for sure. But I just think that the idea that like the format of your screen dictating what the image should look like is like a completely asinine way of thinking to begin with. Like, how on earth could pillar boxing or letterboxing be that bothersome to you? Like, how could it? I don't get it. Like, oh, let me make sure the image is distorted and looks wrong, because if I don't, I might have to see 12 square inches of black somewhere in my field of vision. Like, having all the actors look like they're 12 foot tall on my screen is more important than maybe seeing the color black outside of frame, because if I do that, then I couldn't possibly focus on the story being told. Like, it's just absurd. But anyway, we made it through the bridge section. I'm glad we didn't have to redo that more. Where I saw additional movement. Full armor. Nice. I wonder if I picked up any grenades. Actually, we can find out. 2 grenades. No, I wanted the... Like, I don't even know if you see grenades on the floor and pick them up, or, like... I guess that's probably a grenade? It disappeared, yeah, it must have been. Still lost some armor. I'm not exactly sure how the shield works. It's supposed to protect me, but I guess it just reduces damage. It doesn't nullify it. Oh my god, like these highly riveting shootouts. Put on ammo. What's up, Dom? Feel like people who dislike black bars think they're missing out. I mean, I think people who would instinctively complain about letterboxing, they're like beyond reasoning with like the fact that they would consider stretching or cropping the image. Like, I don't know, it's just absurd to me to think that that's like, it's absurd to consider there even being a debate. Like, if something is designed, filmed, and edited for a format, that's the format it is, and like anything else is wrong. I had the armor on and still, or the shield, and lost a bunch of armor. Still, it took him down pretty quickly. I might have softened them up with the rifle. I think well, I guess we'll stick with it. Ooh, actually, let's grab this. This gun is a little awkward, but they're giving it to us, then I suspect we might have a reason to use it. Of course, it has like a second of wind up. That was like half the half the clip to do that. A weird delay. So this is like a gigantic open area, which is like pretty impressive, but I'm terrified that there's going to be snipers or some shit. Got a quiet moment, might as well reload. I see. I think I saw a rocket launcher up there, like stuck in a corner. I need to move. Okay. I was gonna say, I'm not sure I'm hitting it because there's like no feedback and the reticle is growing, indicating bigger spread. Oh yeah, I've got like 20 rounds left, so. I don't really want to be standing next to this. One thing I do like is like the at least the idea of like swapping weapons frequently. Is that another helicopter? Like, I just think it's a fun, cool thing. Like, regardless of the implications in terms of strategy and what have you, just sort of the aesthetics of rapidly, you know, sort of just picking up whatever's on the ground, firing a few shots, and then not reloading, but because there's another gun right next to you, fuck it, I'll just grab that one. Like, the sort of scrappy feel of that, I think, has a kind of a cool energy to it that I enjoy, conceptually at least. And I wouldn't say that this game executes poorly on it or anything, but it's not, I don't know. It's not the most sort of standout aspect either. Fuck it, let's just do that. Well, I missed. Oh my god. That works. My lips are super dry as well. Everything is everything is dry today for some reason. Had a summer job digitizing video that was stretched and squashed. Yeah, like, it's one of those things where no matter how much your view of humanity is sort of hurt in the process, I think you just have to accept that. I don't know that I can fully go so far as to accept that some people absolutely cannot tell or do not care at all, but at the very least, like, that people have different degrees of sensitivity to that kind of thing. Because again, as much as it pains me to admit it, and it's hard for me on an emotional level to understand, the same thing is true for stuff like frame rates as well. But for, like, okay, this doesn't seem like be the best weapon in this kind of environment, but anyone who has like any kind of doors closed too quickly. Luckily, he didn't fucking notice, I guess. I guess his gun went flying because there's nothing here for me to pick up. But like, as someone who like on any level appreciates anything visual, like the idea of not like caring, I understand. I'm using the wrong power, using fucking X-ray vision. Like, not caring or understanding or perceiving shit being like stretched to look completely wrong. It's like, have you ever used your eyes? Do you not know what a circle looks like? Do you not know what a person looks like? Like, are you not, do you not find it distracting or detrimental that the thing you were watching is depicting things in a way that does not remotely reflect how things actually look in the world? Like, it's perplexing. Reload. I feel like the grenades would be good here, but I'm a little scared to try to swap weapons. Okay, I think we're doing all right. Nice. I'd rather have this. You move so fucking slowly when crouching. I mean, you're not a super sprinter standing upright. You're painfully slow when crouching. I'm stuck. Wait, I guess I was hitting the railing. Jesus, alright. I didn't really get hurt there too badly though, so that's fine. Man, the stages in this are so long. We've been at this stage for like an hour. 5 grenades, that's good. Whoa! Shut the shield off like right before explosion. Another grenade. Hope any of these it's grenades, apparently not, but oh well. All right, we got some stray bullet holes here in the middle of the hallway. That's interesting. Say about the objectives: locate the seismic bomb. Oh yeah, that was a thing. More gigantic rooms. When you even have to shoot the explosive barrels like 4 times, and the guy doesn't even die. Not a good feeling. I guess he was armored, but still. I don't even get down there. Oh, there's a ladder in front of me, guys. Let me just shoot this guy in the knees 8 times. And I guess that's more reasonable than shooting him in the face 6 times, but here we are. Like, I'm just like giving up trying to shoot him with the gun and then throw a grenade, so I'm wasting all my ammo and my grenades. What's up, you Goonie? What's an Xbox? And it's one of these. Oh, use ladder. Ah. Like everything is so stiff and awkward. Oh yeah, you can do this, by the way. I haven't used much because it's super useful. You can't throw grenades. And even the process of like stunning dudes and then grabbing them is like really... I can't aim further up than this. Okay, this section seems like it's going to be a little annoying. The bald guy is one of those named dudes. Oh, of course, the explosion behind me. Armored. They always like just fucking run around where you can't see them. Oh, awkward. Have I seen someone play a vertical game stretched to 16 by 9? I mean, not if it can be avoided. I'm sure I have, but... Oh, he was. I didn't actually have a grenade launcher, though. I don't know if good is the word I would use for it, but... Sure is something. Sake. Okay, I don't need this gun necessarily, but I want to toss some grenades. Need to work. Sandwichard, that's a good name. Welcome. Touched this game in ages. I mean, this strikes me as a game that if you haven't touched it once, you're probably good for a while. It's not like utterly loathsome. It's not the most frustrating thing I've ever played because I'm actually making fairly smooth progress for the most part, but it's so tedious. Levels just stretch on forever. Wait, where am I going? What's my objective? Locate the seismic bomb? I can't go up these staircases, can I? Oh wait, I'm supposed to... Oh wait, but I have to... Okay, okay. Usually you can just like directly go towards the arrow, but I have to go down here. I see. He didn't die. Oh my... Jesus fucking Christ, I had to reload. He crouched. This game is... well done. Cheating at every level, giving yourself all the powers, button codes, and tossing dudes, your powers. Yeah, we'll see. We want to, of course, honor the game by playing it as intended to the best of our ability. But that's probably more fun. Oh, I fucking... I wanted to drop it so I could throw a grenade. Graphics are nice. Yeah, there's like a lot of the graphical stuff that it's like technically very accomplished. It runs at a locked 30 FPS, which is well, or whatever frame it. It's the PAL version, but I think it's PAL 60 because it looked that way from the video signaler information. I didn't bother because it worked and it seemed to be PAL 60. I'm like, fine. So I think it's 30 FPS. It would be weird if it's PAL 60 but locked to 25. It could be PAL 50, but I don't think it is. But it's not 50 or 60 FPS, that's for sure. I'm pretty sure Nightfire was 60, or at least it wasn't locked. It didn't necessarily achieve 60. Agent Under Fire was all over the place. Everything or Nothing on PS2 was 30, but didn't really achieve it very frequently. But at least the frame rate is mostly stable. I haven't had a lot of like chuggy, sort of stuttery frame drops and everything. And yeah, like the lighting and like the animation overall, like it's not... I can't say that it's a pretty game because 90% of this game is in environments like this. It's just gray concrete and it's so unbelievably dull to look at. That's why, like, for the entire game, I've been sort of wishing that we're going to go to actually interesting locations, because rendering an actually visually appealing location with this level of technology and craftsmanship, like, yeah, it probably would look really nice. This reminds me a bit of something like Batman Begins, which is a really good looking game, but that has, like, despite having settings that aren't too different from this, sort of grungy urban settings that aren't like very fantastical or exotic, it does a lot with lighting and color and mood to like just end up a really cool looking game. This just doesn't seem like it's gonna really do much on that front. But like the graphics in a technical sense are definitely not this game's issue. The environments being dull definitely contributes to the kind of overall dull feeling of the game. But again, that's more of a visual design thing. Yeah, just the level design in general is very dull. Like, even if I gave the game sort of compliments or having some degree of verticality, it's not all hallways in that very literal sense. Like, the AI doing shit like this is just, like, not fun to deal with. Every encounter is, like, stretched out way too long.
All units, switch to internal comm channel 4. Switch to
Yeah, the game is, I think, remarkably mediocre and kind of generic and forgettable. Like, both in context of the most recent Bond games, but also like your average Xbox first-person shooter. Like the guy just jogging back and forth forever. The back of the box even has the audacity to brag about its like sophisticated AI system, ensuring that every playthrough is going to be unique, which it's a bit of a stretch. Yeah, the evil AI. Like it's just jogging back and forth. That's like all they do. Like nothing interesting or distinct tends to ever happen in these encounters. Rate of fire is like awfully low. Like there's not a ton of weapons, and each weapon is quite distinct, but like that's a good thing. But they're not like terribly fun to use. There's some kind of weird lock-on thing, because I noticed, like, I'm pretty sure auto-aim was turned off. I don't recall ever turning it on in the options. But if you have your reticle sort of pointed at someone and they start moving, the camera will move on its own to keep them centered, which is a little bit peculiar. I mean, it is helpful. I don't mind it, but I never noticed it playing it last time. But I've noticed it a few times today. Reloads are so slow. Do that so we can get rid of it. Right, I think. I think he died. Yeah. Knocked him over. I think I killed him. Mamba 12G sounds like drugs. Oh boy. Not gonna be able to deal with that guy, I feel like, so... Ammo for this. Oh boy. You know what? Fuck it. Oh! Okay. Whew. Okay, I made some noises there that might warrant some explanation. What happened was my camera started turning, like, for some reason. It's hard to tell what's even causing it. I don't know if it's being shot. I don't know if it's bumping into a corner. I don't know if it's some kind of auto aiming or something. But every now and again, the camera like starts drifting like 90 degrees off to the side for no obvious reason. And it happened right there as I was like booking it to the door. Yeah, the shootouts don't have a Bond flavor to them. Nothing in this game really has a Bond flavor to it. So that's obviously like not a good thing. But even setting that aside, just looking at it for what it is, you know, if we leave our expectations at the door in terms of what we would want to have in terms of style and flavor for something that's like this kind of premise or whatever, just as a shooter in and of itself, mechanically, and like the level design, the weapons, the encounters, it's very uninteresting. We'll walk around Hoover Dam, but it's a whole ass dam. Yeah, the levels are gigantic, and it's just like, I don't know. It's such a stark contrast from Everything or Nothing, where every stage is like 90 seconds long, and it's incredibly sick, and it's like super fast paced. The PC version of Nightfire also had like really long levels, which I didn't like. So it's, yeah. A little dreadful to come back to this, but I'm at least hopeful because From Russia with Love, which is after this, but we're going to be playing the DS version of this in between. From Russia with Love was developed by the same company that developed Everything or Nothing, and I do know that that game is also reasonably well regarded. So even if it's not as good as Everything or Nothing, I'm confident that it's going to be a lot more fun than this. The PC version and console version of Nightfire are two completely separate games. They are nothing alike. Well, they're not nothing alike. They have, like, most of the missions are, like, the story is mostly the same. But, like, they're developed by different studios on different game engines, different mechanics. Like, they're totally different. The console game is much better than the PC game. But the PC game does not have the vehicle stages, which are definitely a mixed bag. Anyway, I figured I'd be able to finish the stage. It's so damn long that I, in fact, have to take a break mid-level here. There surely is not much left of the level, relatively speaking. But I really gotta go to the bathroom. So I shall leave you guys with some music and a nice cozy campfire. And I will be back in mere minutes. Whoops, that's not the right screen. Hang on. Alright, here we go. All right. See if we can get our scenes in order here. Hop on back. The Bond scene. Okay. I've got my beverage refreshed. I'm all limber and fresh. Good to go. Road Crew wasted a lot of time on Starfield earlier this year. Everything I'm saying about this game applies to that. Bland, gray, and boring. Yeah, I mean, I have zero affinity or interest in the, like, Bethesda games that people actually like. I find them excruciatingly boring and uninteresting. And Starfield looked exceptionally boring and uninteresting even in that context. But hey, you know, if people like it, they like it. If they don't, whatever. To each their own. Certainly not my thing, though. Oh yeah, timer. Locate the engineering shop. Can we locate some kind of firearm? I guess not. Even just reaching a new checkpoint, the game defaults us back to the shit X-ray vision. Actually, well, nope. I was gonna say maybe it'll help us locate enemies, but nope. The X-ray vision is very limited in its range. Dude, how am I fucking supposed to fight anyone from across the room? This kid-ass gun. Well, I guess I have grenades. Like, my hand grenades have better range than this gun. I don't seem to fucking hit anyone with my grenades either, though. Well, that guy exploded something for me, and I'm dying. Yeah. This is pretty rough. It's not an explosive thing, is it? I don't have any fucking armor either. Oh, fuck, I was trying to see if I could human shield him. I also just noticed when I died that he was dual wielding. I guess enemies have probably been doing that the whole time and I just have never noticed. I died. Okay. New enemies respawning too. Okay, so I have to make use of the grenades at least. There's no way I can like snipe these guys or outrange them. Get my health back. Okay. Guy's not gonna flank us at least. Oh, those guys are though. Okay, that worked out. Dropped armor. I only have one grenade. I'm gonna need that to recharge a little bit before I can attempt to make a move. Poison. Headshot. Okay, thank you. Oh boy. My armor. Armor fucking melted. He's got the fucking chain gun, that's why. Health. Slow. Oh my god. I fucking... My capture path through just blacked out. I got real fucking spooked. Jesus Christ, like, the guy has a handgun. I'm running towards someone, firing a chain gun at them full auto. They're kind of awkwardly jogging backwards, firing a handgun, and, like, I'm dying before they are. It's a little ridiculous. Let me just change a setting here real quick. Jog the signal, that usually helps a little bit. Actually, let me double check. Yeah, input frequency 59.94. That should be PAL 60. Yeah, shotgun's better than this piece of shit pistol, at least. Well, there wouldn't be... I was gonna say, did I miss anything up here? Like, there aren't items or switches or anything in this game, so I don't know why I thought there would be something there. Well, technically, I guess there are switches, but very, very, very occasionally. That's ridiculous. I saw movement in the other side of the room, but fuck that. Are you serious? Wait, what? Oh, that's the lift. I see. I thought that door opened. Guess I was mistaken. Like, how unsatisfying can a fucking minigun be? Well, at least we get a little faster movement speed. Shotgun. Gonna not be good for this, is it? Right, stuck? No, I'm moving. Okay. Do I have to... Does the elevator stop moving if I look up too far? What's happening there? A little anxious about this. I'm a little bit of a sitting duck here, I feel. Do this. Caution, hard hat area, well, I'll say. Oh no. Oh boy. It seems like it could be a cool section, but oh, he didn't die. Out of ammo too. There's obviously not going to be any more ammo here either, so I'm just dreading how and where we're going to be stepping off this elevator. Our ability, or lack thereof. Wait, I had more ammo? Okay, to collect. Dude, I'm being fucking sniped. Of course I am. Well, keep taking cover. I'm being shot from behind now. Ah. Yeah, this section kind of sucks. Engineering shop located. Okay, well that's good, I guess. Seismic bomb located. Okay, what's up? Ooh, armor. Thank you very much. I'll grab that. Weapon. I'll grab that. Sniper rifle. Take it. Boy. It worked out shockingly well. Surely I can't get up here. No, of course not. Figures. Something like heckin' sounding music. Oh my god. Oh, that was my last shot, of course. Yeah, there's like blue sparks when you hit them, but it's like a little inconsistent. A lot of the time, feels like there's pretty much no
You have found the bomb. Lure it into that
feedback.
shop.
Hoping, yeah, someone will drop some armor. These guys were like fucking sniping me with shotguns, apparently, according to the weapons they're dropping. Okay, is this going to be the mission, the level end? Probably not, but who knows. Okay, looks like it. Well, that's... I'm sure that's safe. Wait, okay. Oh, level's not over. Wait, so... I'm sorry, what just happened? Why did Oddjob take a swing at us? Is he also secretly rebelling against... Like, Goldfinger must be a pretty shit boss. Everyone working with or for him is apparently working against him now. I killed... I mean, I don't know what just happened there. Oddjob just ran at us and we just threw him down the pit. Am I going down the elevator again? Actually, what does it say? I don't have any objectives, okay. So,
Excellent. We will now see the end of Dr. No's rebellion.
excellent.
I suggest you leave the area. There is still an area to leave.
Okay, so I'm assuming he was not told of what happened with Oddjob. Oh, ladder. Okay, I see. Oh, okay. Dude, these fucking camera shakes are insane. I guess this is the dramatic escape sequence. Pretty cool that the camera violently shakes whenever I try to aim at something. And by cool, I mean exceptionally annoying. So I don't understand. Like, we were literally sent here, like me and Oddjob, like, oh, sending our top men for this assignment. And then we've just executed the actual mission. Oddjob just, like, comes running at us and we throw him into a pit. Like, was he trying to hurt us? I'm not even sure what was happening. What's up, Tones? How's the jank so far? Pretty boring. Pretty boring. You made it just in time for some primo gray concrete hallways, though. Or, I mean, sewer tunnels. Oh, he's standing behind. Okay. Did that land on him? I feel like it did. Nothing like landing 6 perfect headshots. Have the guy maybe react. Alright, is Pussy Galore gonna come pick us up, or... maybe he wanted to be more useful to Gold. I mean, he would be jealous, I guess. I just joined the company fucking 2 days ago, and I'm doing all the work. But I still don't really understand.
Don't die yet. I haven't kept my promise.
Okay, what? That was a... Well, that was weird. Well, surely there's going to be a checkpoint here at least. I mean, I figured we'd have a showdown with her, but she's like straddling us, and then it's cutting to a gunship. Like, is the implication that she is in that vehicle? No, that's just like a little tiny drone one. Like, she was literally sitting on us. And now she's, I don't know, fucking somewhere, I guess. There's a tank. Well, reticle's not turning red, so... Missed. Technically, you can harm these with any weapons, but this seems like a bad idea. Might work, but you know, oh, probably the rocket launcher would respawn, right? All the armor seemed to respawn. That's surprisingly generous. Did it just park? Oh, I guess she was driving it. I'm guessing she's like got some kind of cutscene invincibility going on. I don't think the armor respawned, but we got a rocket launcher. No, that's not a... Whatever, I'll take it. Oh, the armor did respawn. Okay. There's a rocket launcher over there, if I can get to it. Okay. I don't know how that happened, but okay. She ran into my face, and I guess I did some kind of judo throw, and... So I guess that's Oddjob and Onatop gone. Like that. Oh boy. Okay. Fucking hell. I hope the levels don't keep getting longer. That was a chore and a half. Mercifully, it does not tell us how long we spent on this level. Because I think even seeing it written out would be demoralizing. Excuse me. Oh man, aren't you guys excited about multiplayer deathmatch on the lower turbine level? Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 stages left. Yeah, it's like there's not even like a fun reward of seeing where the plot goes or a cool cutscene, because even the cutscenes are just like, they're just as baffling as the game.
Your skills warrant a more sophisticated upgrade. Something a bit more sinister. To that end, I procured a special upgrade that features the world's most advanced magnetic field transducer. With it, you can align ambient magnetic
Yeah, I just
fields and focus them briefly to strike a target.
failed to
The effect for the
drink
victim
correctly.
is decisive, to say the
I'm
least.
okay.
You can control the trajectory of the victim as you move. This enables tactics such as pulling targets to seize their equipment or colliding adversaries into one another.
I think Christopher Lee's delivery here is actually very appropriate.
The magnetic field, GoldenEye.
His level of
This completes your
boredom very accurately reflects how this game feels to play.
This is the only known photograph of the infamous Crab Key, Dr. No's private base of operations. Its location is guarded like a state secret. We don't even know where the coordinates might be.
Actually, Arik, there is one place.
Of course, the Octopus. It is our auction house, bank, and black market all in one.
Alright, just Blofeld
Computer core
shows up for half a second.
most secure data.
It's like, I wish I could be excited by the novelty of that, but game's not making it easy for me.
Welcome to the Octopus. Please remain still for recognition scan.
Let's go. Why am I spawning
Auric Enterprises. You may credit this account
one?
for any bid or purchase made today.
Yeah, I just want to see the
Thank you,
holographic
Mr.
babe.
GoldenEye.
Why was I spawning like 2 feet behind the dude? Who are we fighting? I literally find it impossible to like pay attention and like notice what is actually said in any of the dialogue for some reason. I always watch a cutscene and then immediately afterwards, like, wait, what did anyone say? Like, I guess we're... Well, did it say this is some kind of
Must locate the central
black market something or other where we can get the coordinates to Crab Key Island?
Good luck, GoldenEye.
I'm just... Stop talking so I can retrieve my inventory, or tutorial. Oh yeah, magnetic field. Okay, I guess. Oh, that costs a lot of meter. Seemed to work though. I have like no ammo. Let me punch him in the thigh. Oh, I haven't had this gun in forever. Is it the auction house for Spectre? I mean, Spectre is never mentioned in this game. We just have a international group of supervillains united under the banner of Spectre's logo. And no name. And also Blofeld's just there. Okay, let's see if we can see what this says now. Target an enemy and press Y to activate magnetic field. Control the direction of the field by using the thumbstick. I mean, we got brown hallways, but of course it's like a high-tech facility, so we gotta have like pipes and tubes and crates. Really outdid themselves in terms of like boring locales. Dude, these dudes actually... Oh, that was almost cool. So, dude, okay. I was gonna say these dudes actually die when you shoot them, but maybe I spoke too soon. This game is taking a lot of liberties with this story. I mean, I don't personally feel like the continuity of James Bond film fiction is something to be too precious about, because I mean the movies never were, and I think that's just setting yourself up for either disappointment or annoyance and frustration and whatever else. But I think it feels a little strange to have all these like 60s characters almost exclusively in what feels, I mean, this level has definitely a bit of a retro kind of tinge to it, but everything else in the game is very like, and the overall vibe and the story and the whole cybernetic eyeball and everything, like it has a very futuristic sci-fi sort of tone to it, which creates a kind of a strange contrast with the characters they choose. But it's kind of weird that like you have these characters and they sort of reference very specifically, like, not just like, oh, Art Goldfinger is here, but like the training mission is like the climax from the film. But it's not like, I'm not bothered by it because it's like not faithful to the timeline established in the films or anything. It's just that it like, something about it just like feels very odd when they're like taking very specific things that don't feel like they really fit together super well. It's like a peculiar vibe, all in all. Okay, well, so far this level at least feels less annoying than the last one in terms of the weapons you get. Whoa, boy. Say anything?
You have breached Octopus security. Place all weapons on the floor and your hands above your head.
That's a little bit of personality there. We don't get a lot of that in this game. Yeah, we're the man with the golden eye. It has absolutely nothing to do with GoldenEye. So I'm not turning, I'm just stepping inside the elevator. Okay, and we're actually facing the correct direction. Nice. Like, it's weird, we have a lot of situations like where you walk into a room and enemies aren't really aware of you. But getting the drop on them isn't like super valuable because it's kind of not that easy to do much with it. This game is a lot of disparate elements that don't really feel like they fit together or like combine in a satisfying way, and that goes for like narrative and tone and combat mechanics and like pretty much everything. Oh my god. Oh my Jesus Christ. It's so hard to aim and guns feel like really inaccurate. And the fucking evil AI that just goes for a fucking jog all over the place. Is that a turret over there? Okay, my reticle turned red, so I guess it might be. The armor right there out in the open, but yeah, the enemies fading out is strange because they fade out like they don't even fall down. They just sort of stumble around while fading out, which is highly unsatisfying. Oh, is that doing anything? Didn't really seem like it. Okay, so I guess we're going up there. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Like, it's just like every level is sort of like this. You have these big rooms with like this one path
18 billion neutral currency units.
you get to wherever you happen to supposed to go. Do I go across? Okay, I guess I can't pick up these guns. Oh, they're locked tight, I guess. So there was not a staircase up there. I can't jump. What do I do? Oh, wait, okay. I guess I could break it. I guess I'm supposed to get to that door. But... So this is where I entered. Can you get... Yeah, these railings are impenetrable. Definitely had doors that don't really look like doors. So I figured I was supposed to get across and go up here. But there's no, like, bridge or anything. I can drop down here. Unless this is supposed to open up. Wait, am I supposed to... Can I use this somehow? Oh. Is that something? Wait. I can hack. I was going to say, can I hack... I haven't used this for, like, 3 hours, so I forgot that was a mechanic. There we go. Got there eventually. This almost looks cool. Almost. I want to switch to this just to see if there's something we can hack. And hack his guns. Ostensibly makes them aim worse. Can I pick up a weapon, please? Oh my god, the melee is so shit. I kind of forgot how, like, you get locked into place. The man with the golden eye is not great at multitasking, because if you throw a punch, you have to stop. You have to come to a complete standstill before you can throw a punch. Stuck. I got stuck on the wall. Of course, the fucking explosion didn't kill him. Okay. At the beginning of the level, it felt like guys started dying a little quicker here, but I guess I take that back. They're as tanky as ever. Doing alright on armor. Let's... Weapon helps us. No time to waste. Let's push forward. Purchase explosives for €1,000,000.
Thank you for purchasing Lucifer X14 plastic explosives with integrated detonation.
Okay,
switch.
that was
Your
weird.
goods will be waiting at the docking bay when you depart.
Oh, I hate the doors. Okay. Or the minigun guy, that's probably good. That guy has rockets. Somehow you fight dudes who are like dual wielding pistols, but they fire rockets. Okay, I'm out of ammo. No weapons just sitting around here where you need them. That worked out. That guy survived, but it is what it is. Air beep, and something's about to explode. Drop down here somewhere. Well, right down the middle, I guess. Let's do it. Let's. Thing where we can have a little speed.
Thank you.
Submersible. Okay, sure. I'll just put it on my tab, I guess.
Your watercraft will be fueled and waiting at the docking bay upon your departure.
Guess Goldfinger will foot the bill. Hasn't been a clean transition in a alarming amount of time. I'm a little concerned about potential length of shit we have to redo. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, the camera. Okay, so I detonated. Okay, I wasn't sure. For some reason, you have to wait for like 3 seconds before you detonate it, but okay. What did Goldfinger yell at me about? Find the security chief, acquire imprint. Oh my god. Did he stick the gun through my armor? Like, I had half armor when I died. I don't know what happened there. Alright. Replay a little bit here, but not too much in the grand scheme of things. These like long-range skirmishes are still kind of annoying. Everyone keeps fucking running away, and it's just so annoying. I died. Okay. I'm trying to see if I could rush through it a little bit. Like activating this is like what unlocks the door. Hard to tell. I don't think enemies respawn. But they might like sort of spawn throughout the scene. Like not everyone who we're gonna fight might be in here from the start. Okay. I of course don't start with the shield equipped. Up the stairs. Oh, I hate that you move slower with this too. Kind of sucks too because it's the spin up with the chain gun It doesn't actually work the way it logically should. It doesn't like actually spin up in a way where you're like, oh well, as long as it's spinning you can shoot. Like it's just, there's like just a full second delay from pulling the trigger to bullets being fired. I missed the armor somehow, but oh yeah, it's not a checkpoint. There was an armor there somewhere. I somehow just stepped around it. So tedious. I'm just getting impatient. Oh.
Thank you for purchasing Lucifer X14 plastic explosives with integrated
Okay, I somehow failed to activate the shield, I guess. Alright. Route is the better idea. I'm assuming I can't shoot through this, yeah. Weirdly didn't hurt me as much as I would have thought. I have a pixel of armor. Well, I had a pixel of armor. At least let my health recharge. Like, what the actual fuck? Like, how does he not drop a weapon? Zero grenades, zero armor. I can't remember if I did this room any better the first time. Probably. But we're just gonna sit here for a while, let my eyeball recharge. Man, I definitely won't have it in me to finish this game tonight. I was optimistic that we might be able to. Fuck me, the game is definitely getting more and more annoying. Like, basically on account of becoming more difficult, you know? Yeah, Goldfinger yelled something in my ear. So there's a little one of those orange objective arrows pointing to that little table in the center of the room, it looks like. Red right now, I guess. But I'm not sure what that means exactly. What the? Did I just miss? shooting at me. Still 0 grenades. This guy killed me. I just remembered. Holy fuck, that guy. Armor here. Grenades at least. Here? No. Wait, where am I going? Wait, am I leaving where I came? I guess. Okay, the level layout is highly confusing. Surely we reach a checkpoint somewhere. I was like worried that we'd enter another room full of guys, but well. Wait, are we leaving the way we came? Is that what's happening here? No, surely not. I guess we've been going further and further down. Didn't get a grenade kill. That's not a good sign. Fucking jogging. Ammo, yes, thank you. I don't know if I could have been like headshotting guys way more or whatever, but it feels like you're getting way less armor now than earlier in the game. Where it's like every time you cleared out a few enemies, there'd be like 3 vests sitting there waiting for you. That seems to be less of a thing. Always like walking 2 feet, spawn 10 new guys. Oh my... Of course it got the fucking stray hit in there. Survived the explosion, because of course he did. I hit his leg. Okay, he died. Oh. Not all Bond games can be licensed to kill. That is true. That is very true. The mag rail. Forgot about that. Well, screw that guy. I don't give a shit. This game has even a railgun that feels terrible, which is impressive. Because you press the trigger, and then there's like a full second of a delay before it shoots. So it's like impossible to hit anything with it, basically. Might actually be decent here.
Let's go!
Fine. Okay, I got a headshot somehow. Okay. The fuck? Game heard me talking shit, I guess, and just decided to be nice. Oh, I guess this is money. I thought we were in some kind of cryo freezing facility of some kind, but no, this is money. Oh, that was my last. Okay, that was probably not smart. Oh, well, I killed someone. Well, if I don't have grenades, I might. I can't squeeze through. Nope, never mind. I can't. Turning and aiming is so strange. Noctar, what's up? We're struggling a little bit here. Weapons are so bad. Okay, I was trying to magnetically grab someone. Did not work out. Have grenades? Nope, I do not. Like, if someone falls down, you actually see them hit the floor, that means they didn't die. Because if they died, they would just fade out of existence before they hit the floor. Bit fucked up, but that's how it works. I'll still maintain strictly that this is definitely not the worst Bond game, but it might be inching towards the most annoying Bond game. I don't know what that guy was doing, but it's here for 2 minutes. From the right, but maybe that was stray bullet or something. Would have been more fun as a rail shooter. I mean, I feel like there's many ways this could have been made more fun. No, I'm trying to... Bond-themed light gun game could be fun. I mean, Sega made Confidential Mission, which is basically that. And that's a pretty cool game. But obviously, if you have, like, the actual license, you can do things. It'd be kind of fun. Okay. All out of armor. The mag rail does fire through cover, which is actually kind of useful here. Better than expected. Are there any Golgo 13 games past the 8-bit? I mean, there's the arcade game, which is awesome. The sniper game from like the mid-90s. That game is very cool. Do I have grenades? Okay. Like silent scope, sort of, but each mission is like I guess it's all like based on stuff from the comics, I assume, because it has a bunch of like comic panels. Oh, release platform. That, I guess that did something. Each level, like each mission has different scenarios. There's one where you have to like, there's a guy who's being executed, so you have to like shoot the rope that he's hanging from or stuff like that. I forget, I haven't played it in like 20 years, but I remember it being really cool. Definitely recommend checking it out. I don't know a lot of other Golgo 13 games off the top of my head though. They might exist. Out. The arrow's pointing over there, but armor. Dude, you get fucking caught on scenery with alarming frequency in this game. Another grenade, so wait, is that a detonator? But it'll do. Oh, okay, this is what I was heading towards, I guess. What's the objective? Central computer core? Oh, jeez. Yeah, feels a little silly, but okay, so I could probably go through. I see, I could have just went for the door, but now I can take this route instead. Wait, what did I get points for there exactly? He meleeed me and I took health damage. Got a bunch of grenades that I want to try to make use of. Not really sure where dudes are or how I can hit them very well. Dude, I saw blue sparks coming off his face. He's wearing a fucking balaclava, but bulletproof. It's so weird when you get those like stray shots and you get the perfect shot little award thing. It's like, well, so that was a headshot that like killed an enemy instantly. But so many times they don't do that. And like that, oh yeah, sure. Let's just shoot this guy with a 357 Magnum 4 to 5 times in the upper chest. Okay, let me just run for it instead. Throw a grenade. I'm not sure where it's gonna land. I'm trying to pick up the other guy. I'm mashing A. There we go. Somehow I'm not at 0 armor. Let's not explore too much because we're more likely to find enemies than anything that's gonna help us. Okay, sure. Oh my god, the fucking aiming. There's like kind of acceleration to the analog stick. That's like, you might hold a stick like very close to centered, but not quite centered, to the point where you don't really feel that you're turning, but it's like enough. And you can like keep it like this, and it seems like, I don't know if it's true, but like it will eventually accelerate. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like if I'm pulling it full speed, there's definitely, I don't know. I'm being gaslit by the game, like whether I'm burning or not. Let's stick with this weapon, I guess.
Watch where you're shooting in here.
Can't like disarm that, so I'll just do that, I guess. Let's try again.
Covering fire.
Okay, no one died from that, so and I hit a guy at least. All right. P90. So wide open. I don't have grenades, so I might as well. They drop armor. Like even when the geometry of the room, like the shapes, are a little bit different, like the way the encounters feel, just very little variety to it. And you just like, you just know that like, all right, so once I hit that crest, I'm gonna be, you know, I go up a staircase, or I turn a corner, or anytime I move from one position to another, it's like, well, I'm gonna be wide open, I'm gonna get shot at from at least 2 directions. And there's going to be no way for me to sort of approach safely. I'm just going to have to tank some hits and hope that I can perceive what's going on and where things are. Someone's shooting. Did get some grenades. Oh boy.
Security.
It's It's like attached. He didn't die. Jesus. Oh wait, I'm not even okay. Misinterpreted where I was supposed to go. Started reloading just as I was about to throw a grenade. You cannot throw grenades while reloading. I really wish grenades would take priority. Like you abort the reload to throw a grenade if you press the button, but unfortunately that's not how it works. Just do nothing instead. Oh, I saw armor up here. I guess I saw this gun. Oh my god, can I please... Impenetrable 1-inch stair step there. I guess he wouldn't drop armor if I exploded him. There is an armor over there. I can see it. Do these actually connect? There's no... Fuck it. I can't drop down. It's too far a drop, I guess. Stuff like that is pretty, it's pretty silly. Oh, that's the one I just dropped. You know what? I might as well grab it because the reason I stick with one gun is to have grenades. And this is basically extra grenades.
This area is off limits, except for Octopus IS&T staff.
Oh, I felt very welcome in every other area so far.
Through the forward door, or a security alert will be issued.
I'm being gassed. Wait, what? I'm confused. You're forgetting hacking is a thing. Still not a scene transition. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's the central computer core. Is it 8 million enemies gonna spawn from these floor panels? Well, not just yet. Not very stealthy, this game. Seems more Rambo than Bond. I mean, it's... yeah. You're not playing as Bond in the game. We talked about this a little bit last time. Like, I think there's an argument to be made for distinguishing the character and the mechanics and everything. Like, on paper, I could see why they would maybe want to have it not feel like you're just playing Bond. But that kind of only makes sense if you choose to instead do something like interesting or at all. Wait, I don't have my X-ray vision. I dropped my grenade gun. I'm about to die. Well, there's an FMV cutscene and we saved and everything, so there's clearly a checkpoint here at least. Oh, download coordinates. Oh, I didn't even do that last time. Spending my money. That was pretty funny. Dude, my fucking health and armor, though. Guess I could back up a little bit. I have this shit pistol, so I'm screwed anyway, but... Like, anytime you manage to actually kill someone with this gun, it's, like, remarkable. If it was gonna be bad, I wish you could at least fire rapidly. I love, like, using semi-automatic weapons in games. if you can just like rapidly pull the trigger, it's just like has such a satisfying feel to it. That's something that I remember like instantly in Nightfire that stood out compared to some of the other games like Agent Under Fire that we played right before it. And then we're back to these like extremely sluggish pistols. Wait, Tesla EM, okay. Gotta be better than the standard gun. Can't even tell what it's doing exactly, but... Did like hit scan, I guess. It seems a bit shit, doesn't it? Just has extremely limited range. Kill something with it. Okay, but at least I know I can back up. I don't know if that's like good use of meter, but probably not, to be frank. Now I'm out of ammo too. I'm reasonably going to get through this gauntlet because there's like you're kind of exposed wherever you go, feels like. Yeah, case in point, I'm taking damage from like 3 directions at once. What's up, Taco? I mean, this game's... I didn't even notice that there were fucking turrets. I can probably hack those. I can. Okay, that might be a game changer. Assuming the turrets are actually gonna... Yeah. Okay, so that's how you do this. This game is nothing if not rife with missed opportunities and questionable decisions. My entire armor gone. Oh yeah, he got killed by my shield, I think. Over here. Yeah, the shield is like crucial, I would say, for just like general survivability. Someone's getting turreted. Like, the hacking stuff is so... Like, that's the thing about the level design. You're never encouraged, if you're at all able, to, like, do interesting stuff. So there's not a lot of variety in terms of how you approach situations, or like not even saying that like, oh, each sort of encounter being designed to allow you to do 5 different things, but just like you don't go from one room doing one thing to like doing something else in the next. It just like never really changes. Of course, he fucking sniped me. Okay. Trying to see if I can. Okay. That one's on my side now. Did I not get this? Yeah. Download the coordinates. I guess if I stand on top of another gun, it did actually give me the ammo. Aimed guy. So I'm guessing that, yeah, there's another turret on the left there. Taking hits. No, I think it's just the weird screen flashing when you switch powers that makes it feel like you're taking damage. We're taking this very slowly because, wait, hang on. So does that mean there's another one over here? Whenever that little cog shows up in the top right, by the way, that's the game telling us that we got a like trap kill. Basically means our turrets did something. The armor up there by that little booth. I don't know if he disabled the turrets, or I think he's just like not in range of them. Birds significantly thinned out here, so. I don't know if there are other turrets. Oh, that's the button I was looking for. Wait. Grab this guy. I have already converted. Doesn't this feel really cool? We're back to feeling like GBA Nightfire, where we're crawling forward inch by inch in an effort to not actually engage. Oh yeah, I didn't even kill him. The turrets did. Well, thank fuck for the turrets. They sure helped. I was hoping it would trigger a cutscene, but I guess we're going further down. I guess we bought a submersible. And that's gonna be our ticket out of here. When you hear the guys yelling at you before you even enter the room. But yeah, to go back to that comment about the weapon names and like the GoldenEye nostalgia baiting or whatever you want to call it. Like, the game does not actually make any efforts whatsoever to pretend like it's got anything to do with GoldenEye, the film, or the game, or anything, really. Where's it gonna... Oh, I was gonna say, are we in some kind of rec room? Looks like there's a basketball hoop, but no, that's a turret. They just look like basketball hoops. Go. Turret's not doing a lot of work, is it? It's fucking jogging back and forth. Accomplish much. Like a rail. Is that going to be helpful? I doubt it. So the turret should be here, I think. So if I go up here, I should be sort of under its protection. It's shooting at someone. It's all like really ineffectual. Something or someone is shooting, but like I'm not sticking around to find out who or what. Escape the octopus. Okay. Are we gonna get to harpoon dudes? I'm afraid not. That would be too exciting. Like anything that would be unique or bespoke or interesting, chances are probably not. That's probably our submersible. Are we hacking it or something? I don't know if I gotta hit a switch to drop it or... I don't actually have an objective arrow, I just realized. Nice, I think I got both of them. Looks like it. Including big dog over there. Is there a staircase or something? I guess there's someone up there. Oh, there's the lift. Okay, I see. Doing okay on sheet. Or on armor. I keep conflating armor and shield, even though mechanically they're quite distinct. Reach from this at, but oh, maybe it will. Nope. I didn't realize I had this shit weapon. Why is there no weapons anywhere? Using a shield. Yeah, I am. I kind of have to, you know? It's too perilous to get through this otherwise. Jesus fucking Christ, and now someone's shooting rockets at us too. It's like actually sort of cool to go through this room. Circular motion, but... Well, that was a mistake. Okay, we got the rocket guy at least. A lot of armor. Wait. That's blocked here. There's a door or something? Why is there a light? I'm stuck! Can I actually get to the submersible from here? No. I'm about to die. Oh, that didn't seem to help. But I'm not... Okay, I gotta get this health back. There's no jumping, so I can't, like, jump on top of the... thing or anything. Is there another elevator in the other corner that I missed? Am I hacking something? Go through this door? I guess so. What the? Okay. I guess the submersible was a red herring. I didn't realize I was like pixels from death. Something up there, I suppose. Walked off by these crates, but... See how fucking shit this is? You have to, like, aim a second in advance, and then you can't... jack shit anyway. Hate this gun so much. Dropped armor though, but unfortunately I can't get to it. Gonna have to do this very slowly. The armor at least. I love it when the guns go flying like that. That's always funny. Can't escape. Oh, that was lucky as shit. Okay. All the 13 world-class high jumper. I mean, I reckon Bond could at the very least clear a knee-height railing. This guy seems not quite up to the task. Okay, sniping through this little gap with this gun doesn't seem real. Whoa! Holy shit. Actual vest just waiting for us there. Got us all of like, oh, maybe 40%-ish. Mr. Radon with the thought-provoking questions as always. Is it worth making a 007 universe game in which the player does not control Bond? I think the idea has merit, or at the very least, I think it is worth considering. Certainly, this game does not make a very compelling argument. Maybe Scaramanga should have given us some golden kneecaps. Would not have hurt. It would not have hurt. Q-branch management sim. Yeah. Like, I think the problem with this game isn't that we're not controlling Bond. It's that telling some kind of story or, like, doing something that is not focusing on Bond. If you're doing that, then just like, well, you play a bad guy, is without further context or finesse to it, like in itself, not maybe the most compelling thing. And even from that standpoint, going forward with that, the execution of that idea is also done with absolutely no, panache in this game. It's just the most generic, bland version of anything you could think of. But I would say, for sure, like, what other aspects could you think of? Like, yeah, Q-branch management sim. I mean, there was a mobile game that is no longer running, which technically might be the most recent Bond game. I forget the name of it, but it shut down a couple of years ago, and it was basically like an MI6 management. I mean, it's a mobile game. It's like a free-to-play. I don't know if it was a gacha game exactly, probably. But it was sort of like you were sending out your agents on different missions. And I think that idea is not bad at all. Like, you could have, some pretty fun like narrative aspects. You could, I mean, looking at the interactive dossier with its like super sick visual presentation of everything, you could lean into that, like the sort of computer interface type thing, or even just, I mean, thinking of something like XCOM, the sort of base management part of that with the research and stuff like that. You could certainly have that sort of element, and even honestly going down that road even further, an XCOM style like Agent 00 tactics. I mean, yeah, you could absolutely, we were talking about that before, like the idea of playing as a villain in a Bond or Bond-esque universe. There are games like that typically focus more on the evil mastermind part of it and less the foot soldier grunt work that we're kind of doing in this game. But you could absolutely do that, but you can have the sort of MI6 side of it, or even both, in some kind of I mean, you could think of what's a good game? I'm thinking of something like Ingress or something, where you have this sort of global meta game thing, or even For Honor had some kind of multiplayer thing where you sort of gain control over maps based on performance in individual sort of matches. Like you could have this kind of MI6 versus Spectre global sort of live meta layer to some kind of game that could play in any manner of ways. So I think you gotta like lean into the bigger tropes and fun aspects. If you're not using the character of Bond, you probably want to look at what other compelling aspects are there of this universe that we can play around with in a different way. And this game, I think, fails on that account because it's not really showing us anything we didn't see in any interesting way. We're just playing a less interesting version of Bond. And the actual sort of plot and the missions and even the interactions with the villains and the characters, like all that shit is very plain and kind of surface level as well. But I always love to see more of Ana de Armas. She was the best part of No Time to Die. Yeah, for sure. I was sad that she was in the movie for like 45 seconds. I enjoyed the movie. There were parts of it that I thought was pretty stupid, but I didn't care for the villain, especially like the flashback stuff. Like I remember the timeline and everything being weird because it's like there were interactions between the villain and another character in the flashbacks. He looked the exact same, and she was like a child, and then in the present day she was adult and he hadn't aged. Like I thought that was very strange. But I don't remember a lot of details, but I remember that like the part that she was in, that scene was like the best part of the movie. But I think that's not a bad idea. Like whether you would use like her character or any other specific characters, like playing a game where you play as a sort of Bond girl in some fashion or another, and have like Bond be sort of in the periphery and show up a few times. I think it would be kind of a hard sell. Like I don't know exactly what you would do with it, but I think that there is merit to that idea for sure. So I think a Bond game where you don't play as Bond, I don't think is an idea that should be dismissed out of hand. But I don't think that in itself is a compelling pitch. Like imagine playing a Bond game, not James Bond, you're some guy. And that's basically what this game is. Except it's not really a Bond game either. Like how about a game where you see the MGM logo at the beginning, and then you have a 2-second thing where James Bond appears, and then Judi Dench yells at you, and then we get Goldfinger talking at you a couple of times, and the rest of the time it's a gray hallway shooter. Like that's doesn't really matter how well you execute that. Like it's not a very exciting idea. Bond dating sim. The idea has come up in the past, where I of course assume that we will be dating all the different James Bonds. Not like Bond dating. I mean, that's boring. But having to romance Sean Connery and Timothy Dalton, now that's an idea that has merit. All right. Okay. What's going on here exactly? Upstairs, guys. Okay. Sure what was happening there, but recharge my shields. There he is! Like, yeah. I am inside here. That's not top secret. Oh, I want to like back up a little bit, and then the door starts closing. Electrify second floor. That's an extremely satisfying electrocution sound effect. I don't know about you guys, but that put a smile on my face. I mean, I didn't get to see what happened, but the sound alone and the little icon confirming the trap kill. See, the game does very occasionally have little bright spots like that, but admittedly, the bar for excitement is pretty low. You would think that there's no one left up there now. Well, except it's fucking full of guys. 3 floors here too. Do they just spawn, or I guess it doesn't electrify the whole floor? Who knows? Game is highly mysterious. Keep just catching stray bullets. No understanding of how or why. Can I? Did I get... I got crushed by the elevator. Of course. Okay, yeah. I got stuck. I couldn't stand up and I couldn't get off the elevator. So then I just got crushed. Cool. Alright, starting with 2... Wait, where's this? Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Alright, we're redoing this whole thing again, I guess. Thought I was using the shield, but I was using the X-ray. How do you make a railgun that feels that bad? I'm in shock. Well, I guess I should be at this point. His head is literally the only part peeking up. You would think that... Give me a headshot or two. Got him. Got a grenade? I think it might be. Armor. I see you guys. Don't get any ideas. Good spot. No extra ammo. Missed picking up the gun. Of course I did. Mashing A. Trying to find... Oh my god. Well... The gun's up here. No. Guess we'll sit here for a while. This is like the worst part. Every attempt takes like needlessly long. Because so much time is spent just sitting around waiting for it to recover. Ammo again. The X-ray vision also has like limited range, so I can't really see too well. How is that not hitting? Oh, that chance that it didn't hit. Oh, I had like 2 bullets left. Okay, we might still be able to do this. Might. Feels so awful. Was he the last guy is the question. Looks like it, but who knows? Someone could spawn at any moment, I feel like. 0 grenades means I have no incentive to stay single-handed. Could be grenades here somewhere, though. You never know. You never notice when you pick them up, so it's a little hard to tell. All right, we made it through. We made it through. Well, this part. Just gotta make note to be extremely careful on the elevators. Oh, that's right. You get armor and this at the... Okay, so I just assumed that this would be like a checkpoint, but that was my mistake. Started losing a little bit of armor, but not a great deal. If I can like shoot past this railing. What's up, Doom Noob? This game is extremely boring and annoying. At best, I can think of some things that are like not aggressively terrible, but it's not a good game by any stretch. Yeah, it was pointed out earlier that the crosshair is nowhere close to the center of the screen. It doesn't bother me, it doesn't really register with me because I have bigger fish to fry. But it is a little strange. always like as soon as you get to a new vantage point, they're gonna like spawn or like have enemies be where your blind spot was previously. Do that while running fast. So yeah, there's obviously guys on the second floor shooting at me, but whatever was being electrified, it wasn't where their guy. Those guys are standing at least. The guy's just like standing up straight, phasing out of existence. Not even like staggered or anything. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you love gray facility hallways, this is the game for you. A fucking gun of some kind. Am I picking up this? No, not all of them. Let's say the second floor guys. Just realized I'm out of armor. Okay, so I can't be crouching on the elevator. I think that's what made me have trouble stepping off of it. Like by third floor. I'm not sure what I'm electrifying exactly. This little electrified spot in the corner, I guess that's it. Please let me regain some health. I'm pretty much out of ammo. That guy had a big ass gun. Okay, got lucky. Where am I going? I don't have an objective marker, so I have no idea. I would have thought that room with the highly visible submersible would have been our way out of here, but suppose not. This game was developed by EA Los Angeles, who were apparently working on Medal of Honor games before this. Eurocom didn't get the boot. There's like 5 different studios making Bond games for EA. It's kind of annoying. I just mean, I don't think it's accurate to say that they, you know, they had this company and then they didn't, because again, studio that made Everything or Nothing made the game that came after this, basically. I don't know the specifics. Someone mentioned that there was some Medal of Honor developer, but I'm not sure if those were made by the same people. All right, I'm gonna reload before I have to do that in the midst of combat. And if you see them actually fall down, that means that they're not dead. They never fall over when they actually die. Dude, how is it possible for everything to... How do you make a first-person shooter where you shoot an exploding barrel 6 times and it doesn't explode? Like, it's incomprehensible. Not the best range to be working at. Oh, it's so tense because, like, I could die at any moment, and I have no idea how much I would have to redo. Let me drop this to see if I have grenades. I do have 2 grenades. Okay, that worked out pretty well. Yeah, they made a lot of stuff, including a lot of Medal of Honor games. Yeah. I guess that's fair, like, it might have been stretched thin. Never ends. We've gone a long time since an actual, like, save point. Like, it's impressive that they can have so much level without loading, but it's not, you know, it's not to the benefit of the gameplay experience in any way. Dude, this is the 2nd level we're playing today. And we've played for like 3 hours and change. Ridiculous. Oh yeah, the standard pistol is absolute dog shit. Okay, we got 3 grenades. That's gonna be our ticket through this. First 2 of the guys didn't actually die from the grenades. Oh, one of them did. First big dog over there didn't. I am about to die. I didn't realize. Let's relax a little bit. Okay, I collected another grenade. I don't know what the Tesla EM seems hard to get a sense for how useful it might be. Oh my god, we got a guy with a name. They're like tanky boss guys, basically. Okay. EM is good if you hit someone. Yeah, it's just like, it's hard to say like what it even kind of does. The guy railgunned me. Okay. I'm getting all the buttons mixed up constantly. Like, I guess those little golden aura flashes means I'm actually hitting. Fine with doing this a slow way. Guess I'm hitting something. There's another gun down there, so I don't have to be super precious about the ammo just yet. Pretty riveting gunfight. Did I? Okay, I didn't hit, I guess. There's like no bullet sparks on the walls or anything. Like, this terrible feedback. Ah! Of course he hit me. Of course. Didn't really need the grenade, I actually killed him there. So that means that I actually hit him quite a bit up there. That's good. Definitely not dropping armor, though. Sometimes you get a stray headshot, and you're like, wait, what? It's actually something that can happen? Walk over this just in case we get some grenades here somewhere. If we don't, well, let's grab a shotgun then. Oh my god. It just keeps going. It's insane. Like, not even the respite of like you know, getting to save. You just see this gigantic open room knowing like, oh, okay. I thought I was being shot at from behind. I don't really want to take cover right next to that, so... Oh, he was taking shields. Okay, I didn't realize that was a thing that could happen. That would explain why I kept getting the human shield bonus. Because it was them taking shields. Okay, sure. Metals vent some high temp. Something or other. Gas. Like weirdly chill atmosphere in here. Yeah, I take 2 steps and... some new trigger somewhere. Oh my god! Did I just walk into the vent? I just died. So from the music, it sounds like maybe we're actually starting in this room. Okay, good. Well, about 4 rooms ago, I was like, I kind of want to take another break. but surely I'm just at the end of the level. Because you might remember, about an hour ago, we stole the coordinates for Crab Key, and it's like, all right, let's get out of here. Oh, okay, cool. We just have a little escape sequence. But no, that's not really the way they're doing things, is it? I should hope that when we hit the next, like, end of area trigger, it's the actual end of the level, but I don't know that for a fact. So like I said, because I thought it was right at the end a long time ago, I postponed going on a break. But I really got to go to the bathroom now, so I cannot postpone it any further. As such, I'll step aside, recalibrate, try to regain some degree of sanity, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, I'm back. Am I any more relaxed, sane, likely to do any better? I don't know, but I'm back at least. Gygrim Takada, welcome, folks. World of Jiggy runs in Unreal Engine 5. I had been hoping to get back to development to add some more new content and features and bug fixes over the past month or so, but I've been sort of preoccupied with other things. But I definitely hope to get a little more time to work on it later this summer. I have a lot of ideas for things I want to add to it, but more pressing matters are fixing some bugs that are a little annoying. Mostly things that you guys wouldn't really notice, but in terms of me operating it gets a little annoying because it there's some things that can like make it crash, which is a little annoying because it's running in real time. The campfire scene does not have any interactive elements, but most of the other scenes, well, some of the other scenes, I guess, maybe not most, but some of them have scenes where you can interact with it via channel point redemptions. So it has to be running in real time. Is the UE license cheap for small projects? Yes, it is $0. The way Unreal licensing works is basically you make like $100,000 a year, then you have to start paying for it or something like that. They actually changed it recently, but I think it's they made it a little more, I don't want to say restrictive, but the limits for kind of what you can do with it without paying is a little stricter. But even then, I'm pretty sure the licensing fees are all revenue share, so there's no entry fee regardless. And that's kind of a big reason why Unreal is popular, because it's like there's no barrier to entry. But yeah, so it's there's a stream where I haven't done any sort of behind the scenes and showed I've been contemplating, and I probably will at some point, doing like development streams where I stream working on it. But when I introduced it, I had a big stream which I just recently highlighted like 1 or 2 days ago. So if you go to my videos channel or page here on Twitch and you look for highlights, it should be one of the most recent ones. And I go over a bit more of the concept in the background, and I show, even although in that like reveal stream, I didn't actually show that much of it. There were like several scenes that I didn't want to show just yet, but I've been kind of using them, sprinkling them out a little bit over all of the streams since then. And that was about 2 months ago, I guess, early May, I think. But yeah, it's fun, and I've there's like a million ideas, and the first sort of incarnation of World of Jiggy as it is today is just scratching the surface of all the ideas I wanted to realize at some point. And I definitely want to incorporate more of those elements throughout other aspects of the stream, like layouts and transitions and stream alerts and stuff. I just haven't had time to get to it, and I decided that it was more important to get some part of it like in use, rather than try to do everything perfectly before I did anything with it, because in that case I'd be working on it forever and no one would ever see any of it, and I wanted to avoid that. But yeah, there are definitely plans, not just for more scenes and stuff like that, but the next, like, aside from what I mentioned about like sort of bug fixes and stuff, the next new sort of content for it that I plan to make is the first of what could become several interactive mini games, where the idea is you can redeem channel points to like play a little mini game with chat. I don't want to speak too much about it, partially because I don't want to spoil anything, but also I don't want to make promises or imply that some things are going to happen that I don't quite know if they're technically feasible yet. But I got a lot of ideas. Cutting is shipping, yeah, for sure. But I mean, I already spent like too much time working on stuff before I showed anything. But I'm glad I at least managed to sort of set aside that. I don't want to call it perfectionism, but that idea of like wanting to complete something before doing anything with it, especially something like this, which isn't like, I mean, it's one thing if you have a product that you're developing that you're doing like a launch for, then you want to make sure that you're launching something in a good state. This is like an ongoing thing, really. So no harm in launching a kind of early simple version. Anyway, let us resume the timer and get back to the game. Oh yeah, I died from the steam. That's what we did here. I couldn't quite remember. Crouching is like really weird. I accidentally punched. Oh, that's interesting. You cannot cancel reload with grenades. Or sorry, you cannot cancel reloading with grenades, but you can cancel it with melee attacks. Died from steam. Yeah, I believe that's what happened, but I mean, who knows, really? Basically out of ammo. Well, I have some. Worked out. More or less. I actually still have some armor left, even. Yeah, I can see where the steam thing is, by the way, so it makes sense that it actually killed me. Because it's this area right here. Well, let me get one that isn't out of ammo. Have they established that steam hurts you? Well, yeah, I mean, there's giant warning signs and you activate the trap to enable the steam venting. So it's not... I'm not surprised that the steam killed me. I just didn't realize I was standing in a steamy area. So that'll open, like... Okay, I pressed that and then I like walk backwards. I guess I can't do it again. But I somehow like walked into that little zone, I guess. Start hitting me right as I disable the shield. Enemies are so tanky. But yeah, a lot of these sort of traps and stuff you can activate, they're like not that common and they're a little bit difficult to use. So it's like, it's a little difficult to kind of naturally integrate them into your kind of like strategy. I didn't mean to do that. I'm trying to blow up those explosive canisters. There we go. Like unreasonably difficult to do that. There's an armor vest right in front of me. I'm actually doing okay on armor though. I actually, oh, see, I got both of them, not quite, but good. hell? Oh, they're on power equipped. Like you're so, everything's so volatile. You have to do this like so carefully. I guess he's like basically right above me. Actually, I guess I can technically do. And shoot this through this floor though. Oh my god, this is a whole. Can I don't have any grenades. Of course. They're like here somewhere, right? Where the hell they go? So disconcerting to hear a bunch of yelling noises. I also got shot at from somewhere else. Hitting something. Not doing great on ammo either. Like, I'm just so ready to be done with this level. I don't want to like have to keep going back and redoing stuff. Terrifying to know that there's a guy with a rocket launcher up there somewhere too. I do still have a bit of armor. Okay, got him. Even like stray hits like that, chipping away at your health, is a bit... wow, this gun had even less ammo. Shit. Well, this is a big issue. If I have to like snipe that guy, like no ammo. I'm pretty sure there's at least one guy left over there. And my X-ray probably doesn't have that long enough range. Actually, I can do... okay, I guess maybe not. There's at least weapons over here. Like, everything is so open everywhere. I fucking hate it. I thought for sure like 5 waves of dudes would just spawn. I'm feeling like extra anxious because we don't have objective markers either. Have been a thing for like the entire game. Sniper rifle? What's that implying? So like it feels like I could potentially be going somewhere I'm not even supposed to go, which seems extremely unlikely that that could be a thing, but I don't feel entirely comfortable. A grenade. Rocket launcher. Are we heading up to some kind of boss fight or something? something. Okay. Still have most of my shields. I do have one grenade. Don't want to be standing next to that if I'm going to be have people shoot at me. Looked like there were bullets coming from over there, but it's actually like a pretty cool location, but it's so being so open is such a liability and so like awkward. That guy had a rocket launcher. I'm actually like pretty healthy and everything, all things considered, but actually have full armor, literally. For long. Pretty tense. Oh, I hate, like, oh, I can't go through here. Why? I guess that's not where I'm going, but that's stupid. Is that an elevator up there? Might be. Launcher. No, that's just a big pipe. No, there's an elevator. Okay. Like everything is just so contrived to make navigating each section like as annoying as it possibly could be, basically. Like everything feels very video gamey. That worked out beautifully. I didn't take any damage. 8 rounds is not great, though. Oh, I saw someone. That's so difficult because you press the trigger and then you have to keep aiming at them for like a second before it actually fires. Whoa, I have 5 grenades somehow. And full armor. Purely gonna be a liability, so. Whew. Is this the first game since the world's not enough to revise the health system? No, I don't think it's been consistent, really. I think, most of the games, the recent games before this... Oh yeah, don't crouch on lifts, that can kill you. Have, like, Everything or Nothing didn't have armor. I mean, you picked up vests, but it would just, like, fill your health bar. Neither of those counted like headshots for some reason. But this is different from anything else because we do have the health. It's like reverse Halo because our health will automatically generate, but not our armor. So we have to pick up vests, and also like enemies drop vests in this game. It keeps on going. Fuck's sake. And like technically was I just shot through the door? Sure, I got some guys with that though. That's good. According to the manual anyway, enemies will drop vests and the vests will basically have better integrity the less you have shot the dude, so the way you'd expect that to work. I can't really vouch for that in practice, but basically if you kill him with a headshot, they will drop a vest that'll give you more armor than if you shoot them 12 times in the chest. That's pretty interesting. I think that's a reasonably cool idea. I think pretty much all the other games that had armor, they were just like set item pickups. I'm out of ammo. Wooden crate offered him all the protection he needed. There's a guy up on the right that destroyed me. I kind of like these like moving gears. Like you can see that making for a cool shootout in a movie or in a good game. Where they have to like move because the cover keeps like changing. Okay, I actually still have a tiny bit of armor. I think I'll get through this. There weren't really a lot of guys in this room, actually. But yeah, like literally it's just this recycled room, which is exactly the same as the one we've been in before. Like it's not... Like it was already tedious before that, and then you literally just repeat the same rooms again, and it's just like, ugh. Oh, never mind, I spoke too soon. Is that a boss dude? Not quite, but it's one of those guys. I got them both with a grenade, though. That was excellent. Blowing the guy up somehow gave me a pretty chunky armor. Oh, a different room. How does this keep on going? This is madness. Did he die? He fell over, but damn. Like, it's an interesting mechanic that enemies can... Wait. Are we... No. Okay. It's just it's an identical room. I was like, wait, are we back in the submersible room? But we're not. We're just in some kind of a boat room. Fuck, there's so many dudes. Wash you out. I lost all my armor. Armor! So there are boats there. Maybe I can leave here. Is this the last room? It's possible. I don't want to take anything for granted, obviously, but... Fuck! I did not mean to do a fucking melee attack right there. I know I'm being shot from behind. I'm dead. Got a headshot, apparently. How did I go net positive on that? How do I have more armor now than I did before? Trying to drop it. There's too many guns. I just fucking hell. I just wanted to find out if I had grenades. I want to say someone was shooting at me from the right, but... Good. There's... Oh, I got him. No. I don't understand where to go, but there's bound to be an elevator somewhere. No one's dropping armor. What? Oh, a door. Okay. Oh, I guess we're not leaving. You see, of course I couldn't climb over these boxes. I had to fucking go around the entire room and shoot 300 guys. Ridiculous. Right? The lobby. Purchase hologram.
Explosive has been loaded aboard your Manta Mark 9 submersible. Both are ready for pickup.
Gonna be anything? Oh, whatever.
When in the Arctic, drop by our
Yeah, sure. I'll make sure to visit your other store location.
and have a pleasant journey.
She's making it sound like we're leaving. Well, there's explosive barrels and shit. Surely there's another shooter. There's weapons over there. Not just gonna let us walk out the front door. Thank you. Trying to pick up the other gun. Can I fucking pick it up, please? So tense. That's where I leave. Or is that like just a halfway point where she was informing me about that shit? And we're back to another lobby. Holy shit, this level, dude. Okay, that was a headshot apparently. I'm somewhat frequently in shock at how effective the Desert Eagle actually can be sometimes. Sometimes. Alright, roll into the grenade. He didn't die. Oh, he probably died, but he didn't. The grenade didn't kill him. Yeah, the aiming is a little problematic. The rate of fire on all the semi-automatics is very unsatisfying. These guys dropped armor though, so I'm gonna sprint across. Saves us a little bit of trouble. Belongs to this section now. Oh, I see a submersible. I see dudes. I see movement on the upper floors. Where's my railgun? Oh, the range is too limited. I do have 5 grenades and full armor. Where's my P90? All right, that looks like an exit. Oh my fucking god.
Unspeakable horror.
What's up, base hole? All right, so the next level should be the final one. I feel like I spent most of that level forgetting that we were in an underwater base. They didn't really do much with that concept. Nice. All right. Thank you again, Baseful. 42 months of unspeakable horror. Yeah, I'm just so drained. So like emotionally drained. I didn't realize when I was taking a break, I was like, oh shit, I was streaming way later than usual. I was just so like I'm glad I'm on vacation. I don't have to get up early in the morning or anything. Because dude, when was the last time we even had an actual save? Because like in the middle of the level, whenever you go through like a loading screen transition, you can save the game. But even the last one of those was like, it might have been when we got the map coordinates, and that was like an hour and a half ago or something. I cannot believe. So I started the timer on today's stream at like 3 hours something. Maybe not. It might have been closer to 4 than 3. I forget if it was like 3:30 or whatever. But that's at least 3 hours to beat 2 stages. Replay to get better score? Fuck that. I mean, you can use cheats or whatever, I guess, maybe, but it's not fun anyway, so... Alright, so we're gonna load into the next level, and we're gonna see the cutscene before I can quit out of it, and then we're gonna look at some of this stuff we unlocked. There's gonna be some concept art that might actually be cool. And then we're gonna be done for the night. Yes, I would like to save. Thank you very much. At this point, I feel like I would like to see the completion time, just out of spite. Also, I just realized there are 2 more levels. This is not the final level.
Therefore, I cannot deploy the Omen on Crab Key and risk making it a target. Instead,
Fuck.
you must infiltrate the island and find your way to the central compound. Your objective is the...
I wasn't sure if there were 4 levels left or 3, but they were so long I convinced myself there was just 3. No, because there's Crab Key and then there's the volcano thing.
This fortress will be heavily defended. A diversion might help you slip past the gates. Use the explosives you so generously charged to my account at the Octopus.
So, like, the Hoover Dam level was pretty bad. And the Octopus was worse. I'm, like, really concerned that another, like, 5-hour stream is not going to be enough to finish the game. It is possible. I'm like clinging to some kind of desperate hope that the final level is a shorter level. Now, I mean, don't tell me it is what it is, but it's What can I even say? This game, as I feared that it might be, it's growing like increasingly aggravating. I don't think it's the worst game by far. But I'm pretty sure this is the maddest I've gotten playing a Bond game. GBA Nightfire might have been pretty close, frankly. That game was also like... That game displayed a surgical precision in the ways in which it took every opportunity to piss the player off by being as annoying as humanly possible. And I'm not sure this is quite on that level, but it's definitely in contention. This game was a childhood game of yours. Well, my condolences. Let's look at extras. There's like an art pack 2, which I guess is you get if you get like a 3-star rate or a 5-star rating or something for each level. Because you get those 5 Spectre Octopus ranks. Because for each level you can get up to 5, and I've gotten 3 on most levels. So I'm assuming each one represents an unlockable or something. And we did get like 1 or 2 stars on the first level, so that's why we didn't unlock any of the art there. But we unlocked maybe some multiplayer shit that I don't care about. I mean, if I had this as a kid, well, when I was younger, I was not, I mean, depending on definitions, I was not really a kid when I got my Xbox. Had I played this at the time, had I purchased this, I would probably have felt compelled to see it through. But I'm like I'm halfway surprised. Actually, we can stop the timer now because we're not really playing. I'm surprised at how long it is because the levels are just so long. Like, I would have thought everything indicated early on. I'm not surprised that the game is tedious and that they're stretching each level out far longer than they should. That in itself is not surprising. But the plot being so flimsy, the roster of characters being so small, the small amount of weapons, just seeing how certain things were structured, I got the impression that this would likely be a game that I would finish in like 6 hours. And that's not the case. Like, a lot of the games, Nightfire, the PC version especially, dragged on. I'm fucking, even the GBA version dragged on for a long time. Everything or Nothing was also really long, but that I mean, that was fun throughout the whole game. So that was like, I didn't mind. Most importantly, like, it was varied and the levels were really short and exciting. Like, that game was so well paced compared to everything like this. Agent Under Fire was really the only one that's like mercifully brief. We finished that in one stream, I'm pretty sure. It was like 3 hours or something. This game wouldn't be great if it was 3 hours long, but it would be far less annoying. Like, you could easily boil down the parts that are actually sort of neat and just cut out like 70% of all the boring shit, and, you know, the average level of excitement would be higher. It would make for a better game in a sense, but it's not that any part of it would be better or closer to good. It's just that this game is a mediocre game with some decent parts, with a lot of stuff that makes it a very frustrating experience. It wouldn't rise above mediocrity if you took the annoying part out, but the annoying parts out, but it would have fewer annoying parts, you know. I mean, sure, things would be, you would have a different frame of reference for things, but again, I was big into PC first-person shooters in the 90s and early 2000s. So I could probably have thought of several games that this compared less favorably to. I mean, I had Nightfire, and I really liked that game, and this game is not nearly as good as that. But Halo, I mean, I never really cared for Halo. I was a fan of Marathon. I grew up with Mac computers, so Marathon games were a big deal. And me and my brother would play like deathmatch over network and stuff. But Halo, I just couldn't really get into. Actually, I did finish Halo 1, but I found it really kind of boring. And I hated that there were no subtitles for the dialogue. So whenever there were dialogue scenes, I could barely ever hear what anyone was saying. So I was fully incapable of perceiving any of the story. But mostly I just found the levels really kind of dull. Like, I'm sure if I booted up Halo right after this, like, it would be a joy to play it by comparison. But I never really cared much for Halo. After finishing the first Halo, I never had any interest in playing any of the others. Remember this thing? I don't. And I don't really remember much of the Marathon games per se. I don't think I ever really finished them. But I liked the atmosphere, and they were cool. And they were fun in multiplayer. But they're also, like, the level design in those games is very much of its time. I remember I got the Xbox Live Arcade version of Marathon 2. And I remember playing through, like, 2 levels and going, like, man, it's pretty, the levels are pretty complex and convoluted and maze-like. Oh yeah, you could, like, scroll back to the top of the menu every time. So some of these galleries have included, like, art for characters and enemies and stuff, and that's the shit I care about. This is just like, oh, conceptual renders of all the boring shit. Why is this in here? Like, they're showing stuff that's not in the level. Weird. Yeah, so Crab Key is the next level, and then Volcano Lair. So there's 2 levels left. In about 3 hours of gameplay, 5 hours of streaming, we got through 2 more levels today. My prediction of not likely being able to finish tonight was accurate, but I'm now legitimately a little bit stressed out about being able to finish on Wednesday. But I suppose if we don't finish on Wednesday, as an absolute, like, desperate measure, we could do an extra stream on Thursday. Retro Pals and Raiders, welcome. I'm afraid your timing is imperfect.
Fuck you!
As we were just about wrapping up here, but welcome everybody nevertheless. Played CDI games. Well, here's an interesting question. Would you rather play CDI games or GoldenEye Rogue Agent? I'm not sure myself. I mean, I'd probably rather boot up Inca and listen to the theme song. Hotel Mario is, you know, an actual real video game. Hello from the CDI stamp collecting world. Stamp collecting sounds about as exciting as the multitude of gray hallways in various facilities around the world that we've explored in this game. Rogue Agent, not so good. Yeah. I've just spent 3 hours completing 2 levels of increasing levels of frustration. Apologies for not being my usual cheery self. But yeah, hello everybody. Thank you again for the raid. My name's Jiggy. I collect all kinds of weird crap, some of which you can see behind me. A lot of old Japanese games, consoles, action figures, manga, and whatever else. But I also am doing this project called Games Bond, in which we explore the history of James Bond video games. We are now on game number 32 out of 50, roughly. Depending on how you count bonus games and such. And this game is famous, I would say, infamous, perhaps a better choice of words. It's well known for being quite bad. Many would say that it's the worst Bond or Bond adjacent game. To people who say that, I say try A View to a Kill on Commodore 64. I think that's probably a worse game. But it is pretty bad, certainly compared to some of the other Bond games that came before and after. But we are dutifully trudging our way through it. We did make some good progress tonight, but we will have to continue next time, which will be on Wednesday. Solar System featuring the Games Master, Sir Patrick Moore. That is going a fair distance over my head, I feel, but it does sound compelling. Sounds far more compelling than whatever this nonsense is. But yeah, if you enjoy James Bond video games, if you enjoy weird, obscure, old Japanese stuff, if you enjoy arcade games, fighting games, beat-em-ups, if you enjoy game design analysis and long-form ranting about all kinds of video game-related topics, you might like it here. So feel free to tune back in next time, when we will be continuing GoldenEye Rogue Agent and hopefully be mercifully released from its clutches. Alas, as I mentioned, we are just about wrapping up here ourselves. So let me just take a quick look to see where I will shuffle all you lovely people along towards. Mr. Radon doing a mega stream on a Monday. I usually watch his stream when I go up to eat breakfast. I very rarely get to raid Mr. Radon, so I think that choice is being made for us right here. But thanks again for tuning in. Thank you for all the words of encouragement. Thank you for the raid, the subs, everything else in terms of engagement and support. I appreciate it. Let's go raid Mr. Radon. Thank you again, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday.